Hi. Exception, what are you doing? It's a Sunday. It's not even Monday yet. You're a day early. Yeah? Well, I'm an hour late, so it balances out. That's totally how it works. Anyway, hello. Welcome to an impromptu Greg stream. We're doing an impromptu Greg stream because I felt like it and I was available to do so. We have one mission: to create the ultimate material of our current capability of making materials. Stainless steel. Which I think we can do. Probably. So, let's do that. Also, some good news. In between streams, while I was preparing stuff and doing a little bit of material processing, I discovered we have an exquisite ruby, which means we don't even need a medium voltage lathe to do a new power. All we gotta do is put this in the lathe, I think. Nothing special. Yep, just get the ruby lens, and we get a ruby lens. Eventually, in like 2 minutes. Meanwhile, I've also done some research into exactly what we need, and the results are inconvenient as always, but workable. We have an electric motor. We actually have a spare electric motor. We don't need to make any of them. Bronze rotor was easy. I molded one myself out of some liquid bronze that we left in the fluid solidifier earlier. Glass, easy. I also fluid solidified some out of glass. It's so easy to get glass now. It's a little energy demanding. Kind of stalls the rest of the factory, but we get it, and it's easy. All we need now is the machine hulls and the medium voltage circuit. Big problem with getting the medium voltage circuit is that we are out of prerequisite materials. Even the electronic circuits, we don't have enough. My beautiful, beautiful stack of electronic circuits has been depleted. Tragic, absolutely tragic. Fortunately, we can fix this. Material-wise, we definitely have what we need to make more. And so we will make more. And what we don't want to make, we will purchase. Because we are also, separate to that, back to having technician coins. So, easy stuff. Easy stuff. Aside of that, I say we just begin. I don't know exactly how many electronic circuits we should make. We are going to need at minimum 2, but in the same sort of philosophy that gave us the stack, we should probably make a collection of these. So my plan right now is to make a... I'm going to say 1 ingot of red alloy will get us 8, which will get us 4, which will get us 2. Let's say we make a half stack of vacuum tubes, which will give us 16 electronic circuits, which is good for 8 medium voltage circuits. I don't know if I plan to make all those, but I do plan on making them. I also checked out the possibility of making integrated circuits in the low voltage tier and using those as a substitute because we're just about able to make them. This integrated logic circuit is fine. SMD resistors are our new best friend. Diodes we can purchase. But the big problem is that in order to use them to convert into medium voltage circuits, it needs to be a medium voltage integrated circuit, which is different from the ones we make right now, and its requirements are a little outside of our area of capability. So tragically, we're going to have to just make electronic circuits the good old-fashioned way, with a little bit of extra help. starting off, let's just work forward. I don't think we need the clipboard for this anymore. We've become a professional at this kind of stuff. So 32 vacuum tubes, that is 4 crafts of this. We are going to need 2 ingots of molten red alloy. Like 16 steel rods, 16 annealed copper wire, 16 glass tubes. That's fine. We can do that. In fact, I'm doing it right now. The rods, actually, let's take advantage of our new fluid tech and simply convert them to rods directly. As for the copper, we're going to need to arc furnace those, which means we might need to find some oxygen for the job. How much oxygen is in there already? A little bit. It'll be close. And just to confirm with myself, it is indeed wire. Not cable, wire. Now the power is going to stall between the arc furnace being multiple amps at low voltage and 1 medium voltage fluid extractor. So we'll wait till that's done. Head over to the wire mill, set these on the path to being wire. All is well. Fluid extractor on this steel, please. Then we need rod mold. Oh, that one's going to take a bit. It's also going to be real close if the wire mill is going to stall out or not. We good. Now we just wait for those rods to form and we are all set to go. We get free ruby dust, which could be a source of aluminum. I also checked, and in the ores that we have not processed, we have a lot of ruby ore. If we're going to be processing it for the sole purpose of getting chrome out, we probably don't want to go into the intermediate, like, gem steps. We could just, like, grind it up as is. Question is if we actually want to maybe get some gems out. I've already gotten the ruby lens extracted for my nefarious purposes, so maybe it's unnecessary. Maybe it's still desirable. Either way, that's a later-ish problem. The mixer comes first. Okay, rod's going good. The wire is ready. Now we need the glass after this, and that's basically the exact same process, except we do it with glass instead of... Sorry, with sand instead of steel. This fluid extractor tech is making a lot of recipes a lot simpler. Getting a lot of one-stop shops here. And for this, we'll use the ball mold. Okay, you are done. In you go. An assembly machine on setting 5. Let's prepare these as we find them. We will also need the red alloy. It was 4 crafts, and each one took a half ingot. So we take that, we take the redstone for it. Bring it over to the alloy smelter and let it run. We will then have to fluid extract this, but we can use the low voltage one for this. Simple enough. Great, all that's left is the glass. Put all of these molds back as we have gone through what we desire there. Where's the ball mold? That's still back here. It is. My understanding it should be 1-to-1 in terms of glass ingot to ball. Well, vacuum tube, I suppose. Sorry, glass tube. The proper terminology. Wonder how fast it'll solidify. We're using 48 EUs per tick, which is not that much. We can run other machines with you, but probably not another medium voltage. Good intel for later. Oh, and even this is a lesser energy cost than solidifying steel rods. I guess the rod solidifications cost more. Okay, so about 5 seconds each. We need 16. I'll be over about a minute. Also, all of the sodalite has finished processing. So in principle, we can just remove them. This may not look like much, but it is our aluminum supply. See that, AL? That's the aluminum. As for the lazurite, right, it's the cyan equivalent. We could use this as a source as well. And it comes with the slight convenience that it does not contain chlorine. Which means as far as a material, it's a lot easier to work with. We do not have a lot of just pure lapis. Oh, that's fine for now. Got our obsidian, got our coal, got our stone. Everything's looking fine and good. Things we've left to process should have finished processing. There's our glass tubes. We'll take that out. We'll put these in. That should make us a fine supply of vacuum tubes. And then we can move on to the next step. The next step requires us to ransack our tiny bit of remaining gold. I'm not happy that I've left the gold get to this point, but it's kind of necessary. We do need to be careful. A source of gold is... like, there are gold veins we could extract. There's not much gold in them, but there is any gold in them. The true solution to our gold problems is getting the glowstone mine operational. Well, glowstone farm. That's going to require a medium voltage centrifuge and some logistics here. But once we have that, redstone is infinite and gold is infinite. And that's good. For now, though, the next step here is, and to clarify, I'm going for the SMD resistors just to get them in bulk for the heck of it. They are made in... Wait, never mind. They require a medium voltage assembly. Didn't we make one of those? We did. Give me that. Take you out of production for a second. Thank you. Okay, so now that we can do this again, what is the recipe? We can't do tantalum yet. Actually, can we? Tantalum is... Okay, yeah, no, certainly not. Ignoring that, we want circuit setting 3, polyethylene, fine electrum wire. Okay. I'm gonna make 2. The final gold and the final silver will stay. We'll then take the electrum, and we will mine 1 ingot. Should be right enough, right? Get 16 and we need 32. That sounds like a plan. Carbon dust, we have stacks of stuff. Polyethylene, we are going to need 4 cells worth. Done. To reiterate, I believe it was circuit setting 3. Put in the electrum and get that carbon dust. Carbon is an element. There it is. The resistors are now cheap and effective. Polyethylene's functionally free. Carbon dust is functionally very, very abundant. And the electrum is made out of a plentiful silver and acquirable gold at a very, very good ratio. Like 1 ingot of gold and 1 ingot of silver make a stack of resistors. There's our tin supply. In case we were wondering where we put it. The resistors, put in the vacuum tubes. What else? What else do we need? We are going to need a half stack of red alloy wire, which is 16 red alloy ingots. And we're going to need 16 circuit boards. How many circuit boards do we already have? They're not down here anymore, are they? Moved them up into the general tech chest. Also, I should probably get rid of my intro wall. In you go. 2. Okay, I gotta remember how I make these again. Wait, we don't go to coated circuit board anymore. We go straight to circuit board. Because it's 32 foil, a little bit polyethylene, and 8 wood planks to make 16. That's a good deal, I say. So molten polyethylene, 8 plank, 32 copper foil, which I think is 8 ingots. Oh. Here's part of that deal. Let's get 8. And 16. 8 of that's for the foil. 16 of that is for the redstone alloy. Got some room. We can put an electrum away. We can take a stack of redstone. Make alloy. Red alloy. Confirm it is assembler on circuit setting 6 and 2 polyethylene. 8. I'm very happy we're starting to see the highly explicit benefits of all the polyethylene we've been doing. Just makes everything so much simpler. Okay, that's gonna take a minute and a half. Meanwhile, the red alloy should be finishing up soon. Convert that into the wires, and we shall be good. Always check your circuit setting before you start putting stuff in the machine, otherwise you may regret your actions. Every time I prepare to do a Greg stream, I worry that the materials are going to be a problem. I'm going to have to manufacture things. It's going to be a major convenience. But I think we've done a good job taking advantage of the efficiencies that later tiers of tech give us. The fluid extract solidification on advanced materials like bronze and steel and aluminum has been excellent. Assembly machine circuits with polyethylene as a glue has been a lot more convenient than the old recipes. We're also getting more product per input. It's all coming together to be very, very helpful. That's wiring going. It especially helps that we can power multiple machines at once, so we don't have to wait for one thing to finish. It all just spirals together in one great machine. One great parallel process. So let's process. Great. Now in approximately 5 minutes, we shall have about 16 electronic circuits, which will serve as the backbone to making the next tier of thing, as well as being a supply we can start making machines out of. But before that happens, we need to prepare for the next machine. The good circuit will require from us the electronic circuits we're making right now, good circuit boards we already have, diodes and copper wire. I'll handle the copper myself. The diodes, however, I'm totally purchasing. This is partially due to laziness, but it is also very much due to my fear of running out of gallium and arsenic. It's just not worth it. It's such a precious material right now. So we've got the resource. We ran out of tin. We ran out of tin. Let's go. Fluid extract some more. Can we fluid extract cassiterite sand immediately? No. That's unfortunate. But not overly inconvenient. I care not for the oxygen. I'd rather just take the sand. That said, maybe we have some tin we can already work with? We do. We do. So that tin that I'm smelting will be the supply. Meanwhile, let's just restock on some fluid tin. Maybe I should be taking advantage of the tiny bits of antimony we can put in there to half our fluid requirements. We don't have a lot of antimony, though. We have exactly 25 antimony. I don't even remember how we get antimony. The literal material comes from arsenic veins, which are located on Mars. Tetrahedrite and stibnite, I think, are much more... Yep, the nether. That's why I've refused. I hate going to that place. It's too warm. Oh, something else that I should talk about that's independent of this stream, but is important to streams in general. I've modified how Excel's loading works. You may remember there being a sort of load resource redeem that has been replaced by a generic first, and you'll see how it goes from there. Well, there's our 16 or so. We can put 16 in here, 8 in here. We're only really going to be making half of this. Oop. Meanwhile, we need to remember that we're making a machine out of this, and we got to get the aluminum prepared in casing form. This will also require 2 lovely bits of polyethylene again. Watch your hands, it's a warm material. Put that in there, set this to 8, wait on the aluminum. Put it in. Pair 2 copper cables and slap that right back in the input to get ourselves the medium voltage hull. And while we can take these 2 out of 4 circuits that are being made, slap those in here, and combined with everything else that I prepared earlier, we can make the cake mixer. It's a regular mixer, but I'm calling it a cake to make a reference to cooking shows. We did it. The mixer's complete. It's not like I could make my own vegetable sandwiches. A lot of good stuff, though. Stainless steel is stainless steel. So, 48 iron dust, 8 nickel dust, 8 manganese dust, 8 Let's get those materials before we deal at all with mixing anything. 48 iron dust should be easy. Look, we've got a stack of it right there. Okay, next up, it is, and let's just look at this, 8 nickel dust, manganese dust, and chrome. Well, we have 2 chrome. Nickel dust. I don't think we have a lot of nickel dust. Mostly in ingot form. Nothing a quick run to the macerator can't fix. In you go. Out you go. So just the manganese and the chrome. How the heck we getting manganese? Let's check. Manganese is made out of tungsten, pyrolusite, scheelite, spessartine, tungstate, tantalite, and hubnerite. Also zircophyllite. Tetrahedrite, redstone, lazurite, fuller's earth, basaltic mineral sand, bentonite, kyanite, vanadium, polycide, oil sands, malachite, magnetite, chalcopyrite, silver, galena, salt, quartzite, certus quartz. It is unlikely we've got nothing. Maybe we do. I did check. The manganese veins exist. We've tracked them. We've detected them. It should be a simple matter of just going to them, digging up some of the other stuff, and then just filtering it out. But if we know those exist, I guess we just barely know they exist. Spessartine barely exists. What was the last one? Tantalite? Okay, time for a minor mining expedition. Put that hammer in there. And I'm not going to worry too much on inventory management. I'll just dump everything we don't... Huh, forgot there was stuff in here already. Everything we don't expect to actively use in the mining step of this into our inventory buffer, let's call it. What am I doing? Get my lunchbox out here. I gotta eat food. You're witnessing the perils of diminishing returns on nutritional value there. But it's enough. So, right here then, yeah? Any pre-existing tunnel, or is this something we discovered? Oh, wait a minute. Here it is. No torch. In that case, let's convert this to the modern system. The modern system will require a lumberly action. Where is my lumber axe anyway? Seem to have lost track of it along the way. Right here, we are clear. Get me the regular pickaxe. And then we stopped here at exactly the first site of grossular ore. Makes sense. I don't expect we'll need a lot. At the very least, a functional stack of these materials. Oh. Oh, look! It's the dungeon! That's both great and terrible. How deep is this stuff? I don't check the vein stats closely enough. Here we are. We're gonna have to be careful. I did not bring enough torches for a wide expedition. We are going to be relying on sunlight coming down through the entrance tunnel. So stay close. The moment we got a stack of anything, we're good. Doot, doot. Ooh, specialty. Isn't there a quest for this stuff that I'm theoretically accomplishing for the first time now? The chemical bath to get tantalum ingots. We need... Is this behind something? First off, eyeballs open. Tantalum. Medium voltage quest right after Ender IO. Huh. Odd. Especially given that I can just mine it now. Confirm. Grossular or centrifuge gives yellow... Grossular, okay. Is grossular not good enough for our purposes then? Pyrolusite is the big one, so... Creeper's having a bad day somewhere. About spessartine. Slime as well. Okay, spessartine does have manganese at a rate of about... bad. Pyrolusite, I assume we could maybe... smelt this? Well, processing gives us a byproduct of manganese, which is what I wanted. Pyrolusite itself can be EBF to potassium permanganate and rock salt. Electrolyzation gives us the 1-to-3 ratio that I was fearing. And there's no way to just get it direct like with some of the easier materials. That's annoying. It's a great source of oxygen, though, if we accept that fact. And it means that we're going to need exactly 24 to get the minimum 8. At the very least, I can run those numbers. I don't know what's going on in the dungeon. The neighbors are definitely up to something. Personally, I just hope they're having a good time. There's my torches. Big old bit of grossular. Let's tunnel back towards the skylight and maybe breach open it somewhere. Emerald! So good to see. Doot, 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 doot. Okay, that's enough pyrolusite. So we're guaranteed success, even without doing some opportunity cost reduction on some of the other materials. And since this stuff is just basically pure manganese, infused with a bit of oxygen, there's no way we could have used it to convert to any other material. It's like, this is exactly what it's made for. Oh, wait, it's getting dark. Maybe it's because it's nighttime almost? No, it's almost 3 p.m. Which implies that the true light of the sky is too far away. We've been digging in a questionable direction. More emerald! Speaking of gems, I need to eventually do another expedition into the Nether to get some blue sapphire. We especially need to see if we can find an exquisite blue sapphire, because that's the other gem we need for lens tech. There's also a glass lens, which might be a decent substitute for diamond lens technology. But we could also just do the quest associated with it here and get the diamond lens as a reward, because these don't require it. These require ruby and green sapphire respectively. Okay, so I'm gonna say that's a half stack of manganese. That's enough stainless steel to start. How the heck are we gonna get a good supply of manganese long term for high voltage? Maybe the quest tells me. Manganese can be acquired as ore byproducts from spessartine, pyrolusite, and tantalite ore. You can also pull them apart to get even more. Alternatively, you can take apart red garnet dust. If you get desperate, you can buy some ore from the... You can just buy this stuff. There. Oh, hey. Can't find manganese. Oh my goodness, it's an explorer. Oh, I guess a lot of the ores would be explorer tab stuff, but wow. For 8. 80 coins for 8 of the stuff. Yeah, that's not very applicable. Calcite, pyrochlor, chlorine, lubricant glue. You know, we might be in the market for just buying lubricant. Save us the hassle of using creosote for it. It's all about saving us the hassle, yeah? All about that hassle. All about saving us from it. Regardless, this is a good supply of stuff. The oxygen needs a storage solution. But I think my storage solution is just going to be dumping it all into whatever particular machine needs it at the time. At the very least, we know that there's nothing else we could do with this stuff. So macerating it is fine. What the heck? Oh. Sorry, I hallucinated. I thought it, like, chopped out an entire half stack of that stuff to macerate all at once. It's just doing regular macerator stuff. The rest of this, though, can be put into here. The impure stuff we can wash now. And we got a free gold ore out of this. That is value. Meanwhile, the chrome. How the heck are we gonna get chrome? Probably says it in the quest as well. Let's head back to the quest. Instill me knowledge. Chrome can be centrifuged out of ruby dust. You can get ruby dust from redstone if the ruby and redstone veins isn't enough. Which brings us to here. Ruby ore will make crushed ruby ore. Will make some chrome for free. But ruby dust itself, electrolyzed, I assume at medium voltage, yes, gives us 1 chrome and 5 alumina. Wait a minute, don't we want that for stuff? Yeah, we do. Alumina plus cryolite equals aluminum. And we want that. Because we have absurd amounts of cryolite and no alumina. This is how we get alumina. Splendid. Okay, I'm willing to perform a trial run on Ruby technology. Add that to the macerator queue. Pyrolusite. Take this. The ore washer, wash it all away. Free gold. I suppose the conversion's quite good. It's mostly iron by volume. 8 of this stuff will get us 72 stainless steel. So it's not that bad. And once we have 72, that's going to be plenty. We only need, like, what, 7? Not even 7. For our diabolical purposes of making the sandwich factory. Though some redundancy might help. I don't know. Evenly splitting some of our product to make different sized sandwiches is still a question. There you go. What the heck? 1 gold dust. 1 gold dust for 125 seconds. That's a strange recipe, huh? I guess gold is important to sift through. I forgot what the reward is for it. Let's see, in a centrifuge of some kind, purified pile of magnetite, infused gold. What about gold itself? As our target. Tumbaga, we can separate out the material. We can uncraft Tumbaga. Ironwood, Blackman roll, electrum sludge purified. Here's our target. Yeah, 78.4 seconds. That's a surprise. Multiplied by 1.5 because it's a steam machine. So the benefit would come from the parallelization. Got 8 parallels on this thing. Do you count the original craft itself? Like, if I say something has 1 parallel, does that just mean it crafts it 1 at a time? Or would that imply it crafts 2 at a time? Would I say that there are 7 parallels here instead? I question this because I feel like most parallels would come in multiples of 2. So I feel inclined to say an even number. Even if that's not entirely accurate. Manganese is giving us pyrolusite. Or perhaps the other way around. I think it's the other way around. It's the regular 1 in 9 chance, so I guess we just got lucky. Heck, just centrifuging that stack alone might be enough manganese for our purposes, and we would have to focus purely on the chrome then. Speaking of which, how's that ruby coming along? You've just started. Oh, there you are. Let's get that express shipped. To remind ourselves of the ratio, the bare minimum we'll need via electrolysis. 48 ruby dust will be required. But 6 less for every chrome we already possess. So it's only 36 right now. But I'm sure that a little bit of what's already provided by the centrifuging process will be enough to bring up the difference even more. Seems like a lot of the chrome by volume will be gotten from the centrifuging step. Speaking of which, the manganese is already coming in nicely. Red garnet. They said something about red garnet. There is manganese in here. How do I get it out? We split it into pyrope, almandine, and spessartine. Spessartine is statistics based? Unless you electrolyze, in which case it's a lot more direct. About almandine. Iron, alumina, silicon. Not good for our purposes. Pyrope. Magnesia. Magnesium, not manganese. It would be the spessartine we'd work with. Oh, wait. We've hit threshold. Yep. Now it's just the chrome. Working on that. Oh, you are so working on that. No luck so far, though. Actually, very little luck at all. Did I misread? Impure pile of ruby makes ruby. Low voltage, that shouldn't be an issue. We're getting the extra outputs. It's just not there. I suppose we're unlucky. I suppose we're very unlucky. Oh, there it is. Had me worried. Well, that's our ruby supply exhausted. Rest of it's for more pyrolusite, which we will process, but I want to make sure that the ruby processes first. That's what we're waiting on. So this narrows down the amount of ruby we need to 30. 24. Oh, that's the big one. That's the profit maker. There we are. And with one more, there's our chrome. It's time to make what we've been seeking ever since we knew we wanted this factory. It's time to invent stainless steel. Is there any special thing I need to do? Any circuit condition? It is circuit setting 2 for stainless steel. Good thing I checked. Circuit setting 2 in 3, 2, 1, go. And then we gotta wait like 6 minutes. That's fine. Well, with that out of the way, let's think about the actual sandwich factory itself. What do we need? What do we want? How do we get it? I don't know how modular we're going to need to make this. If we farm using a farming machine, these crops, will they just only give us that which we desire? I don't know. If the farming can happen all in one place and they only give the output of the individual crops themselves, which is to say just the crop, no seeds or anything, is what I mean, then we could run all of them with a single farming mechanism. There's two parts to this. The first part is the interior of the sandwich, the tomatoes, the cucumber, the onions. Those will be collected. Those will be sliced. And those will be distributed in some volume to a variety of sandwich stations. Then there is the separate line of the bread. The bread is different. It is pure barley. It all goes in. You take some, you macerate it, it becomes flour. You take that flour, you dunk it in water, which would probably be like a ore washing plant or some simple machine like that. Turns them into dough. You then need to split them, depending on the size of the dough you're making, into some sort of... No, I remember. We checked this last time. You can do a forming press on a mold of different sized bread. So it'll go into those three. Those three lines will then be perfectly separated for the rest of the process. They will then be cooked in a furnace, probably electric, into their cooked dough forms. They will then go into a cutting machine to be sliced into top and bottom portions for the sandwiches. They will then be put in one final... Let's see. Let's just look at the veggie sandwich. It would have to be shapeless crafting done by possibly an auto workbench BC Factory Edition, or Crafter Ender IO. The auto workbench itself doesn't seem too difficult. Just a pair of electronic circuits, a robotic arm, some steel, a crafting table. It might be a fine choice, because this auto workbench requires book, and that's actually not easy for us to acquire. So I might just make the electronic circuits for it. But from there, it will craft the sandwich, and from there, it will be done. So we're going to need a lot of machines for this. I'm counting at least 3 auto crafters for each sandwich, 3 forming presses for each dough style, like 6 cutting machines. We might need more than 7 ingots. If we're willing, we could maybe split this by time, doing an even insert of the different material as needed. It's a little iffy. Like, what's the time complexity of slicing? 3.2 seconds to slice tomato. It's not that bad. Instead of making a crazy amount of different machines, we could make some sort of partitioning system. I don't know exactly how this would work, but in theory, if we can get a way to sort of queue up what we want, like, say, make a regular veggie sandwich instead of a large one. We get 2 dough, forming press it into the forming press, slice that, slice it to... No, because this is not going to be... It's not an even split like that. This will make 4. But for a medium veggie sandwich, you only need 2. For a large veggie sandwich, you only need 3. I mean, it could be a different type of system where if the box holding the tomato slices is too low on material, it asks for more to be sliced. Something like that. We may have to take a real deep look into the logistic systems available. Oh, it ran out of space. Okay. That's another 45 seconds. It would save on material, it would save on space, but maybe it wouldn't save on space. What forms of... If I go into the quest system, how do I request items? Request. Say thanks to Mitch for backporting this great mod. Thanks, Mitch. You can use it to help you craft new food items. All blocks connected to the kitchen floor are considered part of the same multi-block. Countertops will search up 2 blocks for cabinets to include. Items stored in storages like the cabinet can be used in recipes. All storage spaces for items are the same, so don't bother making a ton of fridges unless you really want to. Supply water to the sink to get water for recipes. You can store some cooking tools in the oven. You can store the rest on tool racks to auto-use them all in recipes. This includes stuff like the GT Soft Mallet if you can't make all the Pam's tools yet. The oven has 3 input slots and 3 output slots, and can work on 9 items at once. It's basically a furnace. You can request items be cooked from the cooking table too. The cooking table will automatically show you all recipes that can be created with the existing ingredients, and you can click on them to craft them, make all the food, and get all the hearts. You can use dye to color the kitchen except for the oven. Note that the implementation is not finished, so there are some problems. Upgrades like powering the oven with RFEU are not in yet, and so on. But we finally have a toaster, so you can make toast. There is no cow in a jar. It will not come back. Interesting. Interesting. These are all very, very gettable. Stone plate, iron screw. We could do this. Maybe it doesn't have to be fully automated. I would like for it to be fully automated, but this is compelling stuff. At the very least, I'd like to explore it for its aesthetics. Meanwhile, though, stainless steel. There it is. Now we gotta cook this stuff. Stainless steel ingots are made in the electric blast furnace at a temperature of 1700 Kelvin. It takes 85 seconds at 480 EU per tick, or 60 seconds at 480 EU per tick by adding oxygen. Always add a gas if you can. You're saving tons of power by doing so, and you're gonna need a ton of stainless steel. The cracker, large steam turbine, and distillery tower all need huge amounts of stainless steel. A single DT uses several stacks, and you're gonna want more than one. What's this about doing it faster, huh? Time for a second EBF. You can make ingots faster in 3 ways. Better coils, higher tier energy hatches, or adding more furnaces. Probably time to add a second EBF to your base. Multi-block machines can share casings, mufflers, and input-output hatches / buses, but not maintenance hatches. You can share the auto ones, though. You can share energy hatches, but only if you can supply enough power to all machines it's part of. Remember, pollution will be very high with 2 EBFs active at once. Watch out for high pollution effects. Use the best mufflers available, and don't place the EBFs in the same chunk as farmland or other high pollution machines like pyrolysis ovens and large boilers. It's time to do something more active. You can use whatever coils you have lying around, but you certainly want to start searching for mica if you haven't found any yet. Okay. Well, independent of that, we want the stainless steel. Let's check exactly what we need for the slicer blade. 2 plates and a screw. So let's assume worst case scenario right now. If we need a cutting machine for each ingredient in the sandwich and for each size of bread, that would be 6 of these, which would be 12 of this. And who the heck even knows of that? So it's at the very least 12 ingots. I'm going to make the arbitrary assumption that this is 1/8 of an ingot, because it's kind of how it works with the rods cutting the bolts, and then you lathe that. So I think 1/8 is a good estimate. That means we're going to need 13 ingots of stainless steel for this, but I see no reason why not just go the full bore. After all, we need it for the quest anyway, and stainless steel has more uses than just slicer blades. Still, the sandwich factory feels closer than ever. Maybe I should also prepare one of those Greg Tech crafting machines, just so I know how it works. I don't know where the recipe for it is, so I'll just do it here. Robotic arm, piston, motor. Yep, this is just our classic low voltage stuff. 2 circuits, we're going to need a circuit there, we're going to get a circuit there, steel plate. Let's start building it. Take a pin out of there, take like a handful of steel, do stuff with it. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll just go with 12 for now. For you, you can move out of the way for now. Where did I put the fluid extractor? There did I put the fluid extractor. This is going to be mostly for steel work. Let's see. Motor, these. 4, 5. Don't know why I bothered with that. Polyethylene. There's our hull. Slap that in there. I'm gonna have to contend with the stuff in my backpack now. Oh, wrong spot. So we're gonna need 1 gear, small gear, and the rest rods from what I'm doing from this. So start with gear, then do the rods. Meanwhile, it seems like a waste to use steel for the iron step. How about I just make a magnetic iron rod the... Oh, never mind. We already have one. Wait. We need 2. So this is still required. I'd rather do it from this, just because I think the practice of making all rods from fluid is good for me. I can't do it now, it would starve the power here. Ingot. 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 Works just the same. Good enough for what I'm doing. Polarize this. Wait a minute. I don't need 2. I need 3. Well, now this becomes explicitly useful. Means I'm going to need another pair of rods here. But it's so easy to do now. Let's prepare this crap. 3 here. 3 here. Doot, 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 doot. Now we're going to need 6 ingots worth of copper. Wire milled. Should watch the fuel supply. It should be set to wood tar right now. And it is. So, that's doing the best it can. What have I forgotten here? Oh, it's iron throughout. That's my problem. I made all these steel rods for nothing. Oops. Ah, well, that's the benefit of the fluid extraction, though. We can just recycle them back into ingots as needed. Okay, coming from that, we're going to have the gear, rod. We need 3 plates. Right, yeah, this is still running. That in, these in, these two in, these three in, put one of these in. There's our robotic arm. Next up, get prepared with the workbench. What are we missing? There's the plates. Need 2 electronic circuits. There should be some more in here. 1, 2. Crafting table. I don't know if there's any advanced recipe for a crafting table aside from 2 log, 2 flint. There's 1 log, 2 flint. There's compressed crafting table extraction, but that's a recycling step. In that case, let's just get the logs. Log. Where am I gonna find 2 flint in this economy? Here, I suppose. But it kind of concerns me that that's all I could find. Maybe I need to sift more gravel. Maybe I need to sift gravel at all. I don't have a sifter. We'll just do the 2 and 2. No great peril. Auto workbench. So how does this thing work? Let's look up the power for testing more than anything. Okay, this is a little complicated. Unifier, dust, hammer, circle, normal crafting table. Okay, so how do we deal with this? What would we even test it with? Oh, it just drops it. So at the very least, I can confirm it does. We put in the recipe here. Then we put in the ingredients. And it spits it out. Any quest associated with this? No, and the results it's giving me are very confusing. I suppose the different tiers provide different speed. Okay, interesting. There are other things we're going to have to test, such as how does it deal with it being super inundated with stuff. Like if we get to a point where the autocrafter has like 9 stacks of tomato, but can't receive any of the other fruits or vegetables or bread, then it would get stuck. And how do we stop that from happening? In addition, what are all these other modes? And why do only some of them have names? We'll do science with you later. This is gonna take a while, huh? That's fine, that's fine. Well, now what? We're smelting the stainless steel. It's going to be stainless steel ingots. We could theoretically make the sandwich machine. It's a question of logistics now. Do we have what we need to be able to run multiple things on the same line? I don't know. Meanwhile, the rest of science is still available to us. We have to explore it. Pardon me for a second. Normally, I don't announce that I'm doing something like this, but I'm doing something like that. We good. We're not yet good. We good. Still trying to visualize how the machine will function. Specifically. Like, obviously, there'll be a crop manager. It could extract the wheat, barley. It could extract all of them. We could tactically split and recombine as needed. I just worry that the machines will get backed up. Speaking of machines getting backed up, I'm suddenly filled with concern at the... Okay, it's about half full. We're gonna start using some of that stuff for things. Things that we gotta use stuff for. Let's go check on our steel production. I know you ran out, but what are you at now? 24-ish, a stack, a stack. A stack of you, a stack of you. Prepare those for later. Cactus Coke is stopped because we ran out of creosote storage. What are the benefits of creosote? We have creosote, we can turn it into stuff. What stuff do we want to turn it into? Chemical bath can turn things into wood pies. It's not really exciting. Creosote wood block seems mostly decorative. Distillery seems like our best bet. We can make lubricant out of it, which is something we do use. So in theory, We could take all the creosote from all the places and just set them to make lubricant over time. And maybe that's good. Now though, this is backed up to quite an extent. Let's just do something normal. Oh. There we go. The poor man's voiding. That'll do us for a bit. That's the minimum for the sandwiches slicers, if we want to pursue that still. Hey Thega, how you doing? We've just invented stainless steel technology, and I'm contemplating exactly how I'm going to build the sandwich factory. It's a question of how much I need to defend against the system overflowing with material. I think at the bare minimum, we should separate the barley from the wheat from the chaff. What do you mean? Yes, you can. It's right there. Just take all of them. It should. There's no mechanism designed to stop you. What? Hold on, let me try. Uh-oh. That's not supposed to happen. Why is that happening? See, we got first, second, third, fourth, fifth. Try now. Okay. So far, so good. Darn it. Again now? Okay, okay. Liking the progress here. Good. Wait, what? I mean, congratulations on it working, but I think it worked a little earlier than I was expecting. There was supposed to be an 8th. Did you redeem an 8th? Huh. Oh, 7th and 8th were installed to the same thing. I forgot to change the requirements for 8th. That's okay because it broke in the perfect way to make it completely irrelevant, but it worked. So, yay. Huzzah. I don't know why there was an error with it functioning before. That doesn't instill me with a lot of confidence, but we'll keep investigating it further. That's how it be. That's how it be. Well, ignoring that for a bit. So let's say we have... Let's just do like the wheat portion of this first. We start with barley. The barley will go into a macerator to become flour. The flour will then go into... Oh, it's a mixer. Because we don't need like an ore washing machine. So it'll go crop manager. No, there wasn't. You gotta understand, people don't show up. It's just you most of the time. So flour, water, mixed dough. That's a lot of water, though. Okay, so water supply is going to be a trouble. But now that we're high voltage, we actually have a solution to that as well. The reservoir. Moving from that for a second. Oh, it makes 2 dough. That's an improvement. Excellent. Okay, so from here, we mix it, we make dough. The dough then goes into a forming press with one of 3 possible sandwich sizes. But that's a little bit down the way. For now, though, we know the first 3 machines in the line. Crop manager, macerator, mixer combined with water. Let's figure out that water. There is a cure for water. And I believe it's in multi-block goals. I stumbled into this accidentally in Season 1. The water problem. Here it is. This is what we need. After entering high voltage age, you found a way of making a water reservoir which solves the finite water problem. Craft it with some fused quartz glass, HV pumps, and cauldrons. The reservoir. This is going to be our ultimate solution for water. So, the electric pump is stainless steel fluid pipe, which we can eventually make. Steel rotor, steel screw, rubber ring, gold cable. Okay, that's a little bit iffy considering our lack of stuff. Okay, we are going to need a lot of gold, a lot of fast. In order to make the water required for this machine, then, we are going to need to solve our gold shortage. It's actually not that hard. We've got the gold right here. It's infused in this plant. We simply need to extract it. Oh, hello. So long and thanks for the fish. So the idea is that 2 glowflower makes glowstone dust. Glowstone dust can then be separated in a centrifuge of some kind, but medium voltage centrifuge, that's the difficult part, into redstone and gold. It's not a fast process, but it is a free process. Which means another thing we need in order to make our, or at least to make it very convenient to do our thing, is going to be finally making the glowstone farm processor. This will also be an infinite supply of redstone and therefore an infinite supply of silicon, iron, and ruby, along with a lot of mercury I have no interest in. Still though. So we need a medium voltage centrifuge, which is 4 medium voltage circuits, 2 motors, and a hull. It's not that bad. Save for the fact that I think we're just below replacement on the circuits we need for that. We need 1. We need 1. We do not have 1. But wait, we have 2 already, so we only need 4. Okay, never mind. Back on the table. Make that mixer. Infinite gold. And we don't need to do the crop managing part of it just yet. It's important to just we have some gold. I've already forgotten how to make this thing. Diode, copper wire. Okay, diode and copper. Step 1, buy more diodes. Step 2, make some more copper wire. Prep the diodes. Prep the wire. Good, they're crafting. While they're crafting, let's prepare the rest. Fortunately, we all have all this spare steel. So polarize 2 of these. Wire mill, polarizer. We're also going to need to make some aluminum rods, which we can do using our great collection of aluminum right here. 2 will be enough, and we'll do it by the old fluid trick. Ready and available. Next up is a giant collection of copper nickel, which we have, that we want to wire mill into 2x. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let that happen. Separate all that. We need ever so slightly more copper cable. So put them in there. There, we're going to need those new cables, please. Do there, do there. I'll wait. Reach technology on deck. Get the circuits in. Get the motors in. Get the cable in. Now we just need that hull. Oh, I'm one copper cable short. That's embarrassing. Oh well. Here's circuit setting 1. Dump those. Steal that. Place that. Steal 1. Bend those into plates, put them here on circuit setting 8. We're also going to need 2 polyethylene to glue it all together. I feel like it's a double duty, partially gluing it together, partially acting as a sealant of some kind. Either way, it's part of the process. And is no difficulty to me. There's our hull. And here is our medium voltage centrifuge. Brand new technology, never before seen. Put that there, and now low stone becomes separated. While we're here. There it is. This is what we've been waiting for. Gold. Unlimited gold. Should probably make that a dedicated line. What's the energy? 80. Extracting is low voltage, so that's max 32. We could make a separate dedicated line purely for the processing of this, and I think it's worth it. Things we'll need for that: a low voltage. Oh, I'm out of these, huh? Low voltage extract. We could use the steam extractor. A little awkward. Now, even if we use the steam extractor in any way, shape, or form, it wouldn't be a big burden on the system. After all, the bottleneck is the centrifuge. Let's say... we would need an advanced gas generator. It's not showing up. Yes. It's turbine, sorry. That's just 2 more good circuits, medium hull, 2 more motors. We can do that. It's a lot of bronze, but we can do that. That generator alone, just on a separate dedicated centrifuge line, and we don't have to worry about this anymore. Gold. The gold's important because it's the copper equivalent in high voltage. It's also an element of electrum, which is a new important thing. See, gold cable is not good for actually passing voltages. What we want is actually silver. Silver cable's the good stuff. 502 volts max. Loss per meter per ampere is 1 EU volt. So it's weird that it wants us to make electrum stuff all the while. In fact, gold is better than electrum in conducting, which is weird. Higher amperage, I suppose. Silver is just low loss silver cable. Also funny that they let you use Canthal for that. Here we go. A lot of cactus coke now. Some extra gold here. There's some more manganese. We can process the rest of this now. Do I want to do that, though? What I really think I want is to get the get full protection from pollution effects, which requires very specific stuff. I think we actually started complaining about in Steam. Yeah. Because I lost my suit. I need to make more. The boots are simple. Just alloy smelter or fluid solidify some rubber boots. The leggings? It's rubber, glue, and orange carpet. The suit itself is the same thing except orange wool instead. The scuba helmet's the tough part. Instead of orange wool, it's reinforced glass lens, which is reinforced glass plate in a medium voltage lathe, which is reinforced glass in a cutting machine, which is either carbon plate or advanced alloy. What's advanced alloy? Mixed metal ingot in a compressor. Mixed metal is iron, tin, and bronze. Just sort of slapped on top of each other, huh? Makes advanced alloy, that makes reinforced glass. We only need one and a cutting machine. But we still need that dang lathe. Maybe we need to step back again and make another stack of good old electronic circuit. Because this is just turning into another cycle of we have barely anything and we keep trickle-down economicsing ourselves, when we really need to think about bulk. So let's stop everything and make another stack of electronic circuits. And this one will have to still be electronic circuit. because we can't do integrated. We can, but it's not gonna help us because some of these we want for medium voltage stuff. So we'll start with the standard fare. If we want a stack, we're gonna need a stack of that, 2 stacks of these. 2 stacks of red alloy wire is kind of unavoidable. We need a stack of red alloy ingot. And it's really a pain to make, huh? There's no way to make this stuff except for alloy smelting. Unless... Oh, we do it at the dust step. And we can mix it. Okay, that solves the need for an intermediate step, but it's not any more efficient. 1 copper, 4 redstone, makes red alloy. Shaped crafting is available. We would need to use a mixer. We have a mixer. It's faster, though. So 1 stack of that. 4 stacks of redstone. Put it in a mixer. You're running 80. 32 would... It'd still be enough, even if it was max force. Circuit setting 2, thank you. Good. While that goes, we're probably going to need even more for the vacuum tubes as well, but we'll do that when we do that. Next up, circuit board. So with the polyethylene approach, we need 1 stack of this. So that's going to be... This was 8. We're going to need 4. So that's 32 copper foil. Sorry, 32 copper ingots. 32 wood plank. And then polyethylene to taste. Let's find a half stack of copper real quick. Like we're out, unless I'm holding it. I am not holding it. Okay, this calls for some smelting. Fortunately, I've got plenty of chalco to go around. Well, that's going the wood plank. We're almost at 32 wood plank. The best way to make a giant amount of wood plank is an assembler with a tiny bit of glue. Circuit setting 2. I will go with that option. Hope that's 144 and not 1000. Setting 2, apply the glue. It was 1000. I've been bamboozled. Where's our glue bucket? There's our glue bucket. Should just use the glue bucket. Ooh, that might starve something. It'll be close. Yep. Moving on from that, it'll resolve itself over time. We need the foil, which is why I've been smelting this. We need a half stack of copper. 2/3 of the way there. Yep, still complaining. Don't worry, once the mixer is done making the red alloy, this should just resolve. Alternatively, I could force the issue by taking out the glowstone. Probably matches my priorities better. 5 out of here, another 5 out of here. That's our 32. In principle, now I would set this to 10 and just put this in. This is stopped, so we should be good to do that now. $30, $24, and $16. That is well within one medium voltage generator. Meanwhile, molten tin. We could go for molten soldering alloy if we want to spend the antimony. And we are going to be doing a bulk operation here, so it's probably for the best. If we're being truthful to ourselves. How do we do that? Just a simple fluid extract on the soldering alloy. We can mix it, and it will mix. So 9 tin powder, 1 antimony. Alternatively, I assume we could go from ingot form in an alloy smelter. It's a bit longer, though. Now, I don't know exactly how much we need, but we can get it. Let's see. Out of absolutely no particular reason, I'm gonna go with 4 craft of soldering. And I'm gonna do it via dust with the mixer, because it's faster. I just need the antimony. AOCF has permanently ruined my ability to determine the 2 words from each other. I will alternate their pronunciations effectively at random. Okay, so according to the machine itself, it says current parallel 8. So I will treat parallels as it includes just doing it itself in the calculation. Hey, the mixer's done. Circuit setting 1. I guess it's nice that the mixer has sanity checks so that you don't mix together the wrong material. There's that. Something tells me I put in too much. I only needed a half stack of this stuff. And what was the circuit setting? Circuit setting is 6. Half stack, half stack. Put those away for now. And then just a whole lot of polyethylene. How much polyethylene? Oh, no, 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 I am mistaken. This is the correct amount of copper to be bent. Let's see here. This will be 4 crafts, so we need 8 polyethylene. Give me 2 more empty cells, please. I'm confident the boiler will be done before these run out. So that'll be our circuit boards complete. Got our red alloy dust. We're going to need to fluid extract this, but I think we can just do that here. Yep. That run, let that run. You just need another 6 seconds. In you go. Have fun there. Now that's some chrome. That's like at least 10 chrome. Speaking of chrome, how's the stainless steel going? How close is it to being done? A little over half. Well, we'll see you in like another half hour, I guess. Fuel supplies are holding steady, it seems. That's good. Wait, why did I fluid extract this stuff? We want it in... We wanted it in ingot form, because we wanted it in wire form. We can't fluid solidify wire right now. So I guess this was just an awkwardly roundabout way of smelting it with a furnace. That's fine. That's going well. Let's check here. So, literal material. We have this. We will have this. The vacuum tube's complicated. The SMD resistor. In order to get 2 stacks of it, we're going to need 8 crafts of this, which is 4 electrum ingots, 8 carbon dust, and like 16 polyethylene. That's fine. Only caveat is it's a medium voltage assembler, which we have. Slap the centrifuge down for a little bit. But before we do any of that, we gotta make some electrum. What was it? What was it? Eight crafts, 4 electrum ingots. That's really not a lot. Only 2 gold, 2 silver. The rest of the gold in here. Then we turn this into a serviceable amount of electrum fine wire, and we are ready there. Setting 3, away with ye. Meanwhile, I'll get the carbon. That carbon stockpiling is coming in handy. I think I'll have to get the polyethylene in 2 batches. Not a problem, it's just a statement. I'd have to rotate over the Powerlice Ovens recipe again soon. Okay. Final check. Circuit setting at 3. Finally. Take that wire out, put that wire in. And SMD resist me. I love it. Resistors are so cheap now. Oh. The molten tin in there is conveniently a multiple, but I already have a large container for it. This might be a permanent shift in priorities. The era of molten tin might be over. It might be the era of molten soldering alloy now. Speaking of which, that should be ready. Yes, it is. Okay, definitely fluid extract this. Lossless, it's lossless, it's fine. I'll let that run. SMD stack is full. Means we are halfway there. Let's start filling in what's ready. Stack of that, 1 stack of that. You're empty, you are full. Soldering alloy. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We won't have enough room for everything at once. Vacuum tube time. We're going to need 2 stacks of this, and it's going to be an absolute pain to make. Annealed copper wire would save us a lot of pain. Molten red alloy also saving us some pain. I think we're gonna have to put out the full value experience. But that's fine, because we have a source of oxygen now. For a little bit. So the annealed copper wire will not be a pain. Molten red alloy will be a little bit of a pain. How many craft of this will we need? 8? Will get us 1 full stack. So we need 16 craft. Which means 8 red alloy ingots, which is fine. 1 stack of each of these. Stack of steel rod, stack of copper wire, stack of glass tube. Well, the stack of glass tube is something we can work on immediately. But that's just a stack of sand now. Bonk. We are going to want the fluid extractor on deck. Now that you are done. Extract sand. Prepare the bold maul. .48? That's barely medium voltage. The machines will be fine. It's actually quite an agreeable energy level. Really, I wouldn't be surprised if we could just arc furnace. Oh, we can. Wait, no, we can't. This is a medium voltage recipe. Yeah, it's medium voltage, but at 3 amps, which is confusing, but we can see the total usage is up here. Medium voltage, 3 amps. We only have low voltage, 3 amps with this one. This one. Clear the electrolyzer. We're going to be using it soon. Move our spare stuff away. Sodium away. Raw silicon. Sodalite can go away. I'm keeping the stainless steel dust because we got nothing to do with it except smelt it. And smelt it I shall. That's going to take a while. What's the energy cost of fluid solidifying into a block? Oh, it's low voltage, which means this will overclock to some in the 80s, huh? Let's just let it run. Let's see. Stack of that, stack of that. Need a little bit more red alloy. By my math, it was 8 ingots. Redstone supply is looking pretty low. I may as well use the steam machines. That'll be part of the vacuum tube recipe. We also need... It's 2 ingots per craft. We need 16 crafts. So we need 32 copper ingots. Hey, there they are. So wire mill after the red alloy wire is done. And the red alloy wire is done. This we're fluid extracting. Turn off that. Put this in. And then what? It goes in the assembler? Yep. Assembler. Prepare the assembler on circuit setting 5. We don't have any intermediate assembly craft. Just used a large bucket. Maybe it would be worth it. So we're going to need... For 16, that's a full stack of steel rods. Maybe we just lathe them. It would save time waiting for this to be done. Halfway done. Can't really convert. It's already taken too much energy. You are ready. Diodes for sale. If redstone's a problem, let's take the redstone that we have here and start processing it for clean. Means this will fill up with... What is it? Not mercury. Cinnabar, yeah. I suppose we can just stop this process at will. Send the dust back to this. It's just a question of when exactly the sand is done. While these circuits are done, cable, wire. Put that in. We are waiting on the steel rods and the glass tube. At the very least, it feels a lot simpler, a lot more straightforward. Things just happen correctly. Detouring for a second, I want to see what we require from muffler tech. That's a simple, reasonable upgrade. Recovers 13%, reduces pollution to 87%. This does no reduction at all. 87%, 75% at high voltage, which is... We could do it. High voltage machine hull. Like, this is all material we can manipulate. Stainless steel, we can fluid solidify. We can fluid extract. I checked, it's medium voltage. It's available to us. So... Oh, whoa, hold on the phone. We can only make this muffler in a high voltage assembler. Okay, so we can't do that. 87% though. Might be worth it. Steel fluid pipe, we can make those. Steel rotor, we can make those. Electric motors, we've been making those all day. Machine hull, easy. We could make a better muffler. We could make 2 better mufflers. Now, reducing pollution by 12.5% isn't like a grandiose solution to the problem of pollution, but it is still a big improvement. You're almost ready for your big debut as a cylinder. And we've got 19. That's almost about a third of the way. 3/8 of the way, sorry. I don't hear the EBF anymore. Is it just been on so long I don't hear it anymore? Yeah. 52, only 12 more. Let's call that 18 minutes. Just put the steel in there when you're ready for it. Ah, great. The glass is done. Now we can start solidifying it. Shouldn't take too long. That's gonna be like 5 minutes, a little more. Meanwhile, the volts requirement was 96. I was right. The overclocking multiplies by 4, but just goes twice as fast. So really, voltage is a big problem in our base, huh? Still, though, it's nice to see it running. I shouldn't just stay here and babysit it. But what else is there to do? We've got about halfway through the steel rod production. There's still plenty more where that came from. EBF's running, making stainless steel. Will eventually make more aluminum and regular steel. Well, recycled steel from the lathing. The centrifuge is making us a new supply of redstone out of our supply of impure redstone. I guess if we're gonna be extracting the glowstone from here, we may as well be farming it while it happens. And since it's processed using a steam machine right now, no detriment to just doing it while everything else runs. Pick up our new stack of cactus coke, head over here, place this inside. That's more cactus coke for stealing. This is most of the way through, but still got some ways to go. It's dark ashes because we're using the charcoal, which is good because that's more carbon. Tiniest bit of sulfur. Top that off. Fuel supply has been holding steadier than I was worried. Steadier than I feared is probably a better way of saying that sentence. Odds are currently at 42. We're almost there. Should secure the ruby lens somewhere. It's one of those materials that aren't consumed in crafting, so maybe it makes sense to put it in the mold chest. And if you can agree with me on that logic, I should put the emerald lens in there as well. Separate to everything, what's it take to make a glass lens? Just a regular one. Lathe, low voltage, and exquisite glass crystal, or a glass pane. Fortunately, it's low voltage, unlike everything else. So how do we make a glass pane? Oh, just a glass sheet with the plate mold. Interesting. Once this is done, I'm willing to donate a sand to that cause. Maybe I can just sort of like sneak it in right now while they aren't looking. Very unlikely. Oh, okay, we did it. And then something over here got starved temporarily. Yep, it was you. Well, the internal buffers for these machines are pretty good. Battery technology is still an interest. The rare use of the mold plate outside of making rubber. There we are. Now, the lathe is busy. There you go, there. You definitely go there. You go there. He's vertical. Use these as the buffers, I suppose. And technically, we could convert to the rods by fluid extraction, and I will do that because I think it's faster. Let's see, how many do we have right now? We need 6 should do the job. Yeah, 7.5 seconds versus 14. It's just faster this way, especially in bulk. That was just to get a more exact number. And a more exact number we will get. So here's our stack of glass tubes. At the red alloy. And here is our stack of steel rods. This is everything, according to my math. Vacuum tube. No! I am wrong. We need annealed copper wire. I'm glad I caught that. Arc furnace recycling. This is unacceptable. Let's go back. Quick course correction. I made an error. But then this is the part where we call for our oxygen. My plan is to just dump it all into here and get all the oxygen out. Now this is a low voltage recipe, so this is technically overkill. Oh, you can fit a lot in there, huh? Stop then. That's too much. Okay. There's our 32 copper. Let's anneal it. Okay, we're back on track. Phew. So we've lost a little bit in the conversion. We're going to be 4 vacuum tubes short unless we restock this. That'll mean 4 more glass tubes, unless we just have some vacuum tubes lying around. We don't, but we have 4 glass lying around. Let me introduce you to an alternate bit of technology. The alloy smelter. Oh wait, we may need to macerate this glass down to its dust form. Easy. And then we alloy smelt this into the vacuum, and it's a little... Actually, it's completely 1-to-1 ratio, it's fine. It's just we're cutting into a glass supply I was reserving for a different purpose. But, hey. I'm using the glass. Really, its purpose is being fulfilled. Let's make that glass lens while we're here. Maybe that was a mistake. I now have to wait a minute before I make more steel. Unless I make them rods via this. The arc furnace done? It is. Well, alright then. Wire mill those back out, and we should be good. 4 extra vacuum tubes for a rainy day. Not a catastrophe. Oh, wait. What is a catastrophe is the red alloy requirement. We are going to need a little more of that stuff. Let's just call that one. Let's just call that 1 ingot. We'll just plunger the rest as needed. Another day at the factory. Accidentally made the wrong thing. Well, I made the right thing, but in the wrong way. We got low quality copper. That was the problem. We had an Anasir moment. The copper quality was too low. We fixed it. We fixed it. We're good. We squandered a little bit of glass, a little bit of red alloy, a little bit of copper, and a little bit of steel, but it's fine. Just 1 to 2 ingots of each is not a disaster. These are materials that we acquire and process in bulk anyway. It's fine. It's not like when I wasted all of the lithium. It's not like that. Sheesh, I have too much oxygen. Maybe I should just anneal more stuff. Make a lot of wrought iron for a purpose. Okay, okay. Try that again. Try that again. How's the wire mill going? They're ready. Okay, this time for real. Go. And then that's all we need here, yeah? I got the next stack of resistors, I got the next stack of this stuff. And this will be making 2 stacks to begin with. We can do a lot of engraving stuff now. We still need the green sapphire. But that's just a little bit of a mining expedition to the Twilight Forest. That's not dangerous, it's just... I just gotta do it. I gotta go out and choose to perform that action. This should be the last craft before stack. And the math is looking good everywhere else. So, let's begin! Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. It's a new era. Welcome to the 3rd era of the electronic circuit craft. We'll see how far it gets us. It is interesting. Logically, yeah. Because this is something we can make and is theoretically cheaper than everything we're doing right now. There's an argument to be made that for making low voltage machines, we should only be using integrated logic circuits, not these. For right now, these are the only LV circuits suitable for making medium voltage circuits for what pieces of technology and materials we have. But if our end goal is low voltage machines, then it's perhaps more cost-effective to make these integrated circuits. Completely removes the vacuum tube step of the process, instead replacing it with an integrated logic circuit, some tin bolts, and diodes, which we can purchase, or, you know, otherwise find. And the ILC is just ruby engraving, which we have. So we can make the ILC, we can make the integrated logic circuit, the integrated low voltage logic circuit, which could be the next step to higher tiers eventually, but for right now, it has the benefit of being cheap to do. Completely bypasses... Hold on. I just realized the true benefit of the integrated logic circuit. There's no red alloy here. I mean, sure, the resistor's got copper and fine electrum if you're going that way. The diode is gallium arsenide pain, but we can purchase our way out of that problem. The big benefit of this is no more red alloy. We're freed from the insane redstone and copper requirements. Instead, going with silicon boules, electrum wire, the diode stuff, just a little bit of copper and tin and wire and bolt form, classic soldering tech, and then there's the circuit board. So that's the big consumer of circuit, but no red alloy. By pursuing the integrated circuit, red alloy becomes not a problem anymore, which is great because it's been a big problem right now. Look at that, the stack is forming. This is done. We're almost at a point where we can insert the next half of the materials. I'm going to insert half of the next half of materials to make the transition between them a little easier. And that'll be good. Meanwhile, we got 1/2 of a red alloy ingot just stuck in reserve. Which, frankly, I'm willing to just plunger out. Well, oh no, you plunger the entire machine. Yeah. Good stuff, good stuff. We gotta find more uses for the arc furnace, because we got too much oxygen for that. I could put the oxygen in the EVF. There's our stack of stainless steel. I'm holding it. Now that's a big quest off the line. That's a, like, look at the size of this quest marker. That's a huge milestone. You want me to do this for medium voltage battery tech? And then this is where we learn about pollution scrubbing. Make sure you don't live in Gwalior. Uses 2 amps. Requires a turbine rotor and an air filter. Tier 1, Tier 2 to run. Turbine rotor must be manually inserted or replaced. Can be configured with a soldering iron to change modes. Low efficiency mode removes half pollution. Turbine takes 50% damage. Removes full pollution. Turbine takes 100% damage. Turbine rotor will not break in low efficiency mode. Insert an equal tier conveyor module to enable automation. I see, I see. So it cuts the durability in half, probably. And under that threshold, this will never go from health 1 to health 0. Well, that's good. We have a stack of stainless steel. The slicin' is ready. Well, soldering is getting pretty low. We've passed the halfway threshold, so I can insert the rest of that. This should be enough. Because it's 1/2 of it. It might even be 1/4 of an ingot for soldering alloying this stuff. Okay, no, it's a 1/2 ingot. And we put in 40 ingots. So that should be good for 80 craft. And we're only doing 64. So I've proven to myself that we should be fine. I should buy more diodes while I'm here. Been singing their praises. I want to get a good functioning backlog. Here we are. You can buy a lot of good stuff. I should maybe considering buying the metal berries. Because then I could farm those and just get free resource. Especially the resources I need. Tin, copper, and iron and aluminum, and gold and XP will take me far. These are the materials that comprise almost everything. Iron is steel and iron. Copper is most electronics behind the scenes. Tin is soldering, it's also bronze. And I don't need to tell you the benefit of aluminum. You can get brass rods specifically. Just a source of brass. Seems excessive. But I guess... Oh no, that's brass rods, not bronze rods. Okay, now I see the appeal. You can do it anneal cheaper? Well, diodes happened. And it's going to be another 40-ish minutes until diodes can happen again. Plenty of time. With everything going on, I'm eyeing the Canthal coil upgrades for the EBF to save on power and just increase efficiency. As well as upgrading them onto the pyrolysis oven. Because who knows what the speed efficiency will be for that. Is there a way to check? Oh, right here. Processing speed scales linearly with coil tier. Copper nickel is 50%. Iron, aluminum, chrome. Okay, well, assuming that there's no secret coil levels. That means Canthal is double. That means Canthal is double! I need to check the exact numbers on this. Do the machines stop when it hits 32 seconds? No, but it is close. Another question. Will the power requirements increase off of this? Parallelized oven implies it would take 32 seconds, so that 50% is just speed. If we upgrade to Canthal coils, it'll just go twice as fast and take half the power as a consequence of going twice as fast. Now, the voltage requirements will actually go up because all these machines will need to be running at the same time functionally. But if we can fill that gap, then we nearly double our fuel production. It may just require some of the processing machines to be upgraded to medium voltage, which might cut into the requirements. Or we get multiple low voltage machines. That could work too. But it does mean this setup will become more complicated. The bottleneck is the fluid extractor on the charcoal. And that's not too big of a problem. The big part of the problem is that becomes two separate outputs. We just put a second fluid extractor, or upgrade this to an advanced fluid extractor, that might be overkill. The overclocking would double the speed, but quadruple the power. Might just be better to make a second low voltage one. Extra care for the logistics here would be required because we require 2 outputs of the wood tar and 2 outputs of the ash. How's this looking? About half full. Not bad. Should probably electrolyze some of that calcium from our oxygen. We've actually gotten to an oxygen surplus, but not in oxygen gas form. So that's interesting. We should probably make a giant tank for oxygen. But those are expensive. The stack is done. The stack is done. Let me officially welcome you to the third stack era of electronic circuits. The third EC era. Third ECE. Welcome to 3 ECE. We're measuring time in terms of the stack of electronic circuit. ECE is now the date. Now what? Well, now we can make all the machines we wanted to do for stuff. Which ones are those? There's the continued desire for the sandwich factory. We could use the giant stack of machines, of circuits for that. I'm kind of stalling on the sandwich factory because I still don't know exactly how I want the logistics of that to work. At the very least, we can start some of the process. There's also the desire to make more medium voltage generators to run off more benzene, to make power distribution easier for the entirety of the base. I would especially like to have maybe a dedicated fluid solidifying, fluid extraction setup, as well as a dedicated setup for the glowstone thing. Outside of that, there's also the desire to make a medium voltage lathe for some of the annoying things that require a medium voltage lathe. Including, but not limited to, fixing our hazmat suit and getting the more lenses. And then there's the Canthal thing. We can get Canthal. We can make Canthal coils. If we can make Canthal coils, The pyrolysis oven doubles in speed. The EBF doubles in speed for some recipes and allows us access to others. Actually, I don't even remember exactly what the Canthal coil does to a EBF. Let me check. Better materials you can just exchange. You can even reuse the old coils in your pyro or to make other machines. How fancy is that? If you don't have any other place to use them, you can macerate or arc furnace them too. If you don't have a vacuum freezer yet, then cool the hot ingots in an MV chemical bath with coolant. Remember that you can get an upgraded overclock instead of regular ones if your coils are 1800 Kelvin above the recipe's temperature, as well as an EU discount. This applies to every 900 Kelvin or 1800 Kelvin above. You should try to upgrade your coils as soon as you can. Well, I very much like that. Copper-nickel goes from 1801, yeah? Let's check the quest. Yeah, 1801 to 2701. So some things will get the better efficiency overclocking and some won't. Fine by me. Still though, what's this take? Canthal. Canthal, of course, takes the stuff. Back to here then. We get another emerald lens if we care. What's the RAM do? Ah, it's an ingredient in the high voltage circuit. Takes a good integrated, which is oh, you can use my math has been modified. I didn't realize there was non-advanced SMD resistor versions of the good integrated circuit recipe. This means that it would be viable. You swap out the things with gold and silver wiring to get a good integrated circuit, and that's reasonable. It's even a low voltage recipe still. That's good. Okay. Now, SMD diode is unavailable, but you don't need SMD diode. You just need something that is diode-esque. Gold is becoming more and more available. Silver, we have in good supply thanks to the Twilight Forest. This is entirely viable. I'm starting to understand where it's coming from now. The benefit of doing this is that you have to do this. You get more circuits, you get the RAM from the different engravings, and then you get a transistor, which is just some tin, polyethylene, and a silicon plate. Ooh, the silicon, though, is something that needs cooling technology. You take nothing? Yes. But it requires Canthal, which is why we want the Canthal for this. Everything makes sense, and it actually feels really, really reachable. Like, we can do this. I'm eating this fish. I ate that fish. Okay. What the heck? Medium voltage steam boiler is the next machine you can make to produce steam efficiently. It regulates its fuel more efficiently if it ends up being full. Okay. Now, there's this whole line over here for stuff. Ooh, free circuit. I want a free circuit. Okay, we're at another point where there's way too many options. I gotta just pick one. I fear the opportunity costs of picking the wrong one, but that's irresponsible of me. That's not how this works. Save up to 2 stacks of glowstone. We have spare glowstone in here? We do. We have sapphires. Not green sapphires, but sapphire nonetheless. Where's my ore finder wand? There it is. I'm going to do something unconventional. I'm going to take a quick detour to the Twilight Forest. I want to see if we can find a sapphire vein. Get some green sapphires from the sapphire vein. And complete our introductory lens. Oh, wrong portal. Gotta go on this one. Alright, first off... Oh, we found some already. This is gonna be easy. Yeah, there's sapphire veins everywhere. Really, it's just a matter of picking one. Sapphire. We're gonna need... green sapphire lens. Preferably we do this from an exquisite green sapphire, but I don't trust we're gonna be that lucky. So we'll do it from the medium voltage lathe plate, which is just a block of green sapphire, which is 9 green sapphire, and we get green sapphire here. Oh. Let's just dump some of our unused materials right now. Save up some inventory to work with. Alright, here we go. Suppose we'd be hoping for... what is this stuff? Red garnet! I remember that from the store. Almandite, centrifuges, electrolyzes into iron, alumina. A lot of the gems give alumina, and that makes complete sense. Is there a way to make green sapphire block out of this stuff? Just compress it really good? I guess not. That's fine. We can smelt it directly into a green sapphire. Forge hammer is equally efficient. It's a matter of doing it. We just need 9. Oh. Small green. No luck. How much here, though? Ah, deeper. Pyrope. Forgot there was pyrope in these. What's it used for? Aluminum, magnesium, silicon, oxygen. It also provides red garnet. Milled pyrope. Does it make a gem? But a solid source of magnesium, silicon, and alumina, if we can get it to work for us. And, well, we've reached the green sapphire threshold for as much as I cared. We can leave now. Wait. Final roll the dice. Ooh. We are in business. Forget the medium voltage lathe. We've got the lens. Oh, hey, it's my shuriken from the war. I remember my shuriken from the war. Surprised it's still here. And we're back. So very good results on the quest for green sapphire. We will have our green sapphire lens and can basically do all of the engraving via lasers that we want to do in the common era. In 3 ECE. These. Get our brand new stacks of cactus coke. We are due for another compacting here. There's our dark ashes. We can electrolyze that for regular ash and more carbon. Well, there. A minute from now, that'll be all good and ready. Meanwhile, a thing of beauty. EBF's in the final steps of processing. That's good. And we're not even at half benzene, so we are fine and good and safe. Oh, I forgot, it's centrifuging that gives us the split of ash and carbon. Electrolyzing just gives us carbon, which I'm honestly happier about. Carbon. And I guess this qualifies as more ores, especially from the Twilight Forest, so they're better in here. Alright. Still got that ardite I'm not doing anything with. And sapphire is it's a gem. Let's take the gems and put them in this, which is rapidly turning into a gem chest. It kind of makes sense. New pyro. I got all this junk. Away we go. Fun fact in regards to the stream, I've been experimenting with using automated mods. Not automated mods. Automated advertising breaks. So it just does it, and I don't have to do it myself. I used to be a lot more particular about when exactly the break should and should not happen. Clearly I've been neglecting that a bit. And it's just been inconvenient because it's been putting in pre-roll ads, and then I'm just going and I don't notice, and then I notice, and I'm like, oh no, we've been in pre-roll ads for 20 minutes. Let me run 3 minutes of ads. Now it just does the 3 minutes on the regular average time. I investigated this technology for use with the RFC testing because I clearly was not going to be available. Ideally, it would just run without me. So it wouldn't run ads with me. So it had to run ads without me. And now I'm backporting that technology to normal EXC streams. To reasonably good results. Actually, I don't know yet. It's convenient in that I don't have to worry about it anymore. I'm losing track of time because I'm not using it as an internal clock for how many hours have progressed. But overall, probably has benefits. Aha. Figured I'd have to deal with that soon. I'm worried about the pollution ruining my tree farm. Is that a sane and reasonable concern? Why I tried to get a high voltage muffler immediately. Oh good, our redstone's ready. There we are, the 4 primary colors of laser engraving as far as I know. We can kinda upgrade some gems, particularly of the same color, to the next level. We can make Olpic wafers. We can make Olpic masks. More upgrading of things. These are at medium voltage level, which is fine. We want that. More Olpic varieties at high voltage. Okay, so as far as medium voltage, it does Olpic stuff. Ruby Lens. Ruby Lens does a lot. It makes wiring and, like, redstone stuff. Especially in the Project Red department, which I am interested in. Redstone chipset. Oh, the EBF is off. And then it makes the integrated logic circuits, of course. That's just what it does. Then we have the green sapphire, a subtle distinction between emerald. It makes the random access memory chip. And not much else. As for glass, it makes smooth stand in the chiseled. It chisels a lot of things. It obviously upgrades salt and diamond. It also makes the CPU. Just wholesale? What does this do? It is the special ingredient for the... Some of these recipes are weird. Integrated process... Wait a minute. Red... red copper. Okay. Suddenly new options available. Ignoring the fact that it needs a clean room for a second, because that's an unavoidable issue right now. This central processing unit can be used to make very, very cheap circuits of low and medium voltage directly. You can make a medium voltage circuit directly. It's got a plastic circuit board, resistors, capacitors, transistors. I forget what a capacitor costs. It's just some foil. Polyethylene, and a foil of your choice. I don't know where we're going to get tantalum. Appears to be a Canthal-esque thing. We get it from Meteor Ritual. Oh, we get it from Tantalite Ore, which we just learned about. From the manganese vein. And this is why they were bringing it up. Because we're going to want tantalum from it for stuff. Great, I understand everything now. Now what? Now I say we need to make a decision. Our good circuit boards stuck behind more iron 3 chloride and gold foil. We have made a backlog of iron 3 chloride. We have enough to make 20 good circuit boards. Which will be good enough. But the question again is, what are we doing? What are we making for? What do we consider worth it? Look at my diodes. I bought diodes. Where'd I put them? There they are. Copper wire. Electronic circuits. We can make 2 medium voltage circuits. And I want to use them to make some of this power situation less insane. First, let's extract from here all of our lovely resources we've collected. Things I want. I want a dedicated sector of here working to make the glowstone processing. I want that. That's just going to be powering the darn thing. And maybe a transformer to go from... Actually, what was the power requirements on that? Glowstone in centrifuge. 80. And then an extractor at low voltage is fine. So all of that can be on one circuit. Good. So we make a low voltage extractor. Possibly we could just use the steam one on site. That goes into the centrifuge, and that will make our redstone and gold indefinitely. Which is good, considering we're entering an era where gold and redstone are... Okay, well, gold is pretty important. Redstone, not so much. Not to say we don't use it, we're definitely going to use it. It's a source of chrome, after all. Centrifuge it out. We get ruby. And ruby is our source of chrome, sometimes. Also free iron, also free silicon. And if we're going deep into the bool tech, we're definitely going to need silicon. Mercury is going to be a deal, but overall, this is something worth pursuing. No electrolysis, just centrifuging. Yeah, I guess so. Okay, wafer plus redstone equals red silicon compound, which we then turn into infused silicon, which we then use to make silicon chips, which is a major component of a lot of Project Red stuff. Curiosities all over. That's some early automation stuff. Maybe I should have done that quest already. Let's see the exotic quests, not just in the tier lines, but elsewhere. Why use anything else, you know? I mean, I guess now that we have arc furnace technology, we could make these and just unmake them. Solar power, solar power, solar power. Solar power's got a long way. It's a lot of this stuff. A lot of varieties. Nuclear power of some sort. Multi-block is saying, hey, you can drill for oil, hey, you can make an air filter, hey, you upgrade to Canthal, you dingus. Multi-block construction can involve holograms. Make more this. Then algae pond? Any chemicals from a single source. You've probably looked at oil or benzene. However, there's also the algae farm. It's just a pond of sorts, so it doesn't need power to run. Since it also doesn't really follow normal recipes, you won't find any NEI recipe pages for the algae. The multi just produces them on a regular schedule. The tier of the multi is given by the casings on the bottom layer of the multi, which all have to match to decide the tier. Each tier from ULV, starting at 50 seconds per batch, till IV, which is 25 seconds per batch, reduces the time it takes to produce algae by about 5 seconds. And then beyond that, each tier will cut the speed in half. The cases will currently work up to UHV cases, and casings beyond that will not work with this machine. Randomly, the production speed can either double or triple the time it takes as well, but this happens rarely. Each tier increase also adds to the amount of algae you get. Okay, so what's this do? Just does stuff, huh? Just a lot of steel on the bottom, huh? Okay. Output bus, input hatch, no power. Making sense to me. Just make the farm and it makes algae. And I guess this is a collection of examples. Cellulose fiber or compost. Cellulose fiber is calcium carbonate. Well, let's just check the algae biomass then, I suppose. Chemical plant makes methane. You make raw fertilizer, I guess, or sulfuric acid. Gold makes golden brown cellulose fiber, which is butanol, ethanol, and acetone. You are butanol, acetone, and ethanol. Or ethylene. Wild stuff. And vaguely in my tier. That's a big multi-block. Cool. I choose not to pursue that right now. I am distracting myself from all of my desires. Let's just make some of the machines, alright? We've got a minor shopping list. Let's just do some of them. First off, gas turbine. Motor, rotor, good circuit. We'll make one And we'll make that separated glowstone thing. Just a thing to start with. What's our bronze supply doing? Our bronze supply does not exist. Unless it's here. It is here. By my count, we needed 15 ingots of bronze in order to do one thing. But I suspect with our mixer, we could now do this with the dust instead. Tragically, I think tin is still awkward to work with. Now, I did do some tin processing. Did I use it all already? Maybe. No, they were all in ingot form because of things. Yes. So in that case, we will do alloy smelt. Make a stack of bronze. That'll be plenty of bronze for the immediate future. While that's happening, we work on the rest of it. We will need to upgrade our low voltage electronic circuits to medium voltage electronic circuits. 4, 4, 2, 4. That'll get us the circuits we need. We need to press some aluminum. Some aluminum needs to be bent. Some of it needs to be converted into a pair of rods. This is still a fluid extractor we are ready to utilize. Already on rods. I'm going to stall something out in the next few seconds. It's fine. Wow, I didn't. Or at least I didn't hear it. I think I got the ratio backwards. It's the one seal in the middle, yeah? Yeah. In that case, I'll just make extra motors. My Cooper nickel. Cooper nickel's gonna start being a problem if I need to make a lot of motor. Polyethylene, of course. Just get gas generator here. Medium voltage circuits are ready. One of those is ready. Yep. That makes sense. Bronze going well. Start holding on to the bronze technology. Where is my... There is my... I'll get the ingot back. The rod is still in the box. Swap to rotor tech. Sufficient. That'll go through fast, cheap, and easy. We should have no complications. Magnetization, polarization. Got the resources for 2, thanks to an insufficient amount of cable. Fixing that. There we go. 4 motors. Oh. 3 motors. More motors. Alright, it's just rotors now. Pick that up. Pick that down. 3 rotors, please. Thank you. Lovely. Now, where the heck do we put this? I guess if we're not having the farming step right now, it doesn't need to be that complicated. And it doesn't need to be that far. This box. I'll just do a little bit of an offshoot and just put it effectively between the tank and our silicon thing. A little hole in the ground. Here we are. Now... a little convenient. Inconvenient. I guess for the time being, we can just put the mixer here, and it's just magically working from a power source you can totally see, but theoretically couldn't if we put the pipe deeper. So that's kind of cool. And now we just bring glowstone in. Separate to this, the responsible thing to do would be to expand this farm. And the truly automated thing to do would be to turn it into an entire, complete, crop managed farm. But that might be a bit. I also won't start the processing just yet because I want to get the credit for the glowstone advancement quest, which requires 2 stacks. Meanwhile, we can switch our focus all the way back over to the Canthal and coil upgrades associated. We need a chemical bath. This will require 2 glass, 2 medium voltage, some cable, conveyor modules. Okay. Nothing complicated. In fact, I'm pretty sure we already have the pumps. Yeah. So just more motor tech. And go from there. More copper nickel from the box. I may as well just run the entire stack. If that's a mistake, I can undo it. Hold on. Take some of these, because we still need some of them for this. Meanwhile, we're out of circuit boards, so it's time to employ the iron 3 chloride. And this will make 20. Meanwhile, we need 20 ingots worth of gold. Which, thanks to our centrifuging, we might have. We don't. That's okay, we can get that from the centrifuging. This will put us back a little bit in terms of glowstone for the quest, but there's a point where you gotta be like, hey, we actually have progression to do. It can't just all be about the quests. Wait, I have made a catastrophic mistake. This is the mixer, not the centrifuge. Where's the centrifuge? No, I made one. Oh, it's this thing. I didn't recognize it. For some reason, it didn't register in my mind. There we are. Come back in like 3 minutes. Back to the thing. Iron 3 chloride, we're gonna need this. These are gonna have to be smelted such that they become foil. So let's just start that process. And more for the extractor. In order to get 2 stacks of glowstone, we're going to need 4 stacks of these plants. And that will take a while. Sort of watching the factory at work. So the iron 3 chloride step, based on how we did it before. Chemical bath, we just put the circuit boards in, we put the foil in, we put the chloride in, it makes these, and it doesn't make anything else. 20, 20, let's get our 20. I mean, 10's close. I don't think there's a faster way to do that. Not practically, at least. Well, you've been busy. This, we got this. We need more motors. How many more motors do we need? We need 4. We already have 2. We could settle with just making 2. But I think I'd rather make the full 4. That's it's a pricey craft. Yep. I'm getting in my own dang way. Where's that battery? I should probably use it. There we go. I spent a lot of good lithium on you and your kin. With all the sodium I have, I should just make a lot of batteries. Reasonable, I could make 1 for each machine, maybe employ some battery buffers. There's a lot of room for it. Done here. Let's extract you. This is done. Quick smelt on these. We're about to go under the 300,000 level. Notable, but not dangerous yet. It's a separate circuit. I can just start boiling myself. Foiled again. Oops. My mistake. Just more copper wire. We need a lot of copper wire. And this can be turned into copper wire. Like just split it in half down the middle. That. Let's get some of the accidental rubber sheets we have. 3, 3, 2, 2. Bear. And another. Those conveyor bolts. Now we just need the casing, which is more aluminum than I'm holding right now. Vending machine's busy. Good there. Get the last of the foil. Now that's making sense. Next up, we get the 2 polyethylene we'll need for the hull. Hold it. Firmly grasp it. In your hand. Put it there. Put it there. Wait like 1 second. Put it there. Wait like another second. Hull. Oh, there. This. Only need 2 for this, and I won't overproduce quite yet. I guess it doesn't hurt to put some excess in here. Gives me a good visual representation of what we can and can't make at any given time. There's our circuits. Ah. 1, please. There's our chemical bath. Now, the tricky part. Ooh, we get credit for a different thing. I'll take this, mostly because I want more cells. I don't really make my own cells. Let's open the loot bag. In 3, 2, 1. Ah, it seems we got another collection of various saplings that I can put in my various saplings chest. My preferred choice of reward. I'll take it, though. Okay, so next up, we need to invent coolant. Coolant is water, preferably distilled water for efficiency, but we can't... Well... Huh. You know, I never really investigated the nature of distilling water, but looks like it's just, hey, go put it in a distillery. 0.8 seconds. It's like, what, 2.5 minutes? Just about to do one bucket. And how much coolant do we need? 8? Not that bad. I think it is worthwhile to perhaps take the water as it gives it to us. Now let's distill these. What's the recipe for that? Oh, we could just make the oxygen ourselves. That's interesting. You can... Okay, so alternate form. You could electrolyze it and then merge it back together. That's probably slower and takes more power. We just want this on circuit setting 5. Go forth. I'll be back in, like, I don't know, 16 minutes? Maybe 20? Meanwhile, let's secure some lapis dust. We probably have some, considering we have all the sodalite, but... Yes. A lot of my lapis supplies were lost in the luck war of this hammer. But I don't regret it. Why would I regret that? Everything looking clean over here. Looking like we want some more glowstone. We're definitely outpacing our farm, and we may want to convert to a proper crop-managed crop in the long run. Now that this section isn't using steam anymore, it might be more efficient to just, like, pipe the steam over the top. It'll definitely make me less injured. I'm doing that. A long time coming, but we're finally doing a minor upgrade to our steam light piping. And we simply destroy this line. Good. Steam should be running slightly more efficiently now. Really, the benefit of that was that it gets the pipes out of my way so I stop being hurt walking here. That is a benefit, though. Oh, fuel has increased, probably because I've been sitting around doing low voltage stuff for a while. 1/8 of the way there. How's the boards doing? Looks complete. Those in here, and that will be a solid supply for a while. Let's go buy some diodes while we're at it. I am simply guessing that it refreshed. I don't actually remember if it did or not. It did. I think logically it makes sense to try and match the diode count to the copper wire count in here. And then the rest can be cables, or we'll distribute as needed. Meanwhile, what's next? Still make the coolant. We got the lapis. We're just waiting on the water. And the coolant is a reason we got the mixer. The mixer works on the coolant. Now, venting the heat's gonna be a thing. So we make a heat vent. That's just a low voltage motor. Some aluminum plate and some iron bars. I remember how this works briefly, and it was like the miracle to me because during season 1 I didn't know how to cool coolant outside of using a big old freezer, which I didn't have access to. SC2 coolant, place water in front. The easiest might be just a tank or a pipe. You have access to a large heat exchanger or a vacuum freezer. Alright, let's do that. I probably have a low voltage motor lying around. Probably over here. Yep. The iron bars I will simply take from downstairs. Continuity of my staircase is getting obnoxious. Aluminum is a locally sourced solution. Simply bend 4 of those, please. Bonk. Great. Now we have everything we need. Just to confirm, the quest involved in this is not... Oh, this is a different quest. It's just a retrieval task. I'm going to hold off on crafting the heat vent until I have the coolant, just in case I accidentally start using the heat vent. I suppose I could start on the Canthal itself. Yeah. How do I do that? Canthal is an equal mix of iron, aluminum, and chrome. One of each makes 3. And it wants me to get 16, so that will require 6 of each. 6 iron is easy. 6 aluminum is a commitment. We need dust form specifically, I suppose. The iron is check. Aluminum is... Well, I guess we can macerate it. No. The reasonable thing to do would be to just pump some sodalite. And the oxygen's becoming an issue. Got any more room for oxygen in there? Barely. Well, guess we got two large containers of oxygen right now. Guess the chlorine can be output. There's our aluminum. Time for chrome. Now we know the ratio of 6 ruby is 1 chrome. We only have 5. Never mind, we have a lot more than that. Any other process? I think we've already done it by centrifuging out the ruby here. We've effectively used all of the chrome we had. Well, in that case, this will be enough. And it'll make alumina, which is fine. It is medium voltage, so we are going to be at odds with the sodalite machine. Fortunately, sodalite ain't going anywhere. You can always just make more. In sort. We need a lot more Canthal than this, though. Make all the coils. It's a lot of Canthal. Let's see, 8 ingots makes 1 coil. That's a real bad conversion, honestly. We're gonna need so much Canthal for this. This is probably what drove me to madness last time. Okay. Where are we? What's going on? Okay, nothing went wrong, just time stopped. Okay. Well, there's our chrome. There's our iron. There's our aluminum. Where's our mixer? Do we need a medium voltage mixer? Yes. Well, fortunately, we got one of those. I think this is going to be my new medium voltage mart. Circuit setting 1. This will be the fundamental requirement of Canthal materially, and then we put it in the EBF. How's the water going? Distillation is just about 5/8 done. 49/80 is done almost. Now it's that. So with that pile of water, we will put it into the mixer I have just prepared, and we will make coolant. So we'll make Canthal now, coolant later. At the very least, it'll give us some extra Canthal for beating the quest. But we're gonna need a lot more. Granted, the Pyrolyse oven only needs 9 coils. That we can do. Yep, there it goes. 15 minutes remain. Distillery's chugging away. I'm gonna eat food. I eat food. Heading to the apple tree to get some apples to provide some food variety. Seems like it'll help. Hot Canthal ingot. I guess I could start the process. Give me some normal cells. Oh, extra Canthal, huh? Oh, distilled water and the lapis. I have failed. I have failed to set the circuit condition. It was circuit 4. Darn it. I probably deserve that. Fill that back up. Plunge her out. We're just stuck with it. I'm not. I choose to not be stuck with it. Get voided. Setting 4. Confirm that. Yes. Put in the water. Put in the lapis. Okay, we're gonna need like approximately 2 to 3 more buckets of distilled water. Classic Greg moments. Got more Canthol for you. Chrome, the alumina we've been so desperately seeking. How exactly does the alumina work again? We take it and some cryolite, and we just get aluminum. Not a bad deal. 10-5, 10-5. The world's greatest deal. But if we want a better deal, we're going to need to get to high voltage. Now you might be looking at the ratio of alumina and aluminum and saying that that's the exact same ratio. I agree with you, but in the EBF, for the purposes of what we're doing, it's going to be also involving cryolite. So that's something to consider. There's some aluminum in there that we're losing. Either way, 320 aluminum on deck. Go make it. The proper ratio of water there is completely lost on me now. This is just sort of water doing water things. Oy, I'm still embarrassed about that. But I'm only embarrassed about that because it's not like a disaster, and it's a very minor emotion. Only 2 1/4 more units of water to go. In all fairness, we could just arbitrarily convert to using non-distilled water, but the lapis requirements would spiral out of control rapidly. Stick with it as is. And wait the required, like, 4 minutes. Maybe 5 even. Meanwhile, we watch the Canthal slowly churn into another thing. May as well check the glowstone farm. That's now something we are actively pursuing. Once this is done, we'll have 1 stack of glowstone. And theoretically, we could just go back to the Nether. Get glowstone there. Yeah. Canthal, 8 to go. Got glass, we got empty cells for some reason. Water's just about ready for another batch with a regular cell. I think I'm just going to take the other almost cell of water that this distillery does and just void it. I'm going to take that water now, then I'm going to dump it in very briefly to get to the full bucket of remaining water. And then I'll just use some large cell to put it in and then void the whole darn thing. Alternatively, I just destroy the distillery itself. Temporarily. Not a bad option. Still going good? You're still going good. I should really start electrolyzing all this this iron out. Almost got a stack of iron in there. Sodium as well. Phosphorus. Even some magnesia. An extra cell to do this, do I? I don't. Okay, I think I have a plan then. I can actually do this precisely. Good. Like this distilled water, we'll put it in. And then plunger this out. Okay, we can't plunger it out yet. We'll take the coolant out. We'll win the quest award. We'll then just break this, put it down, put this water inside, and then break it again. Simple voiding. Either way, that's coolant. I'll take more coolant. I'm taking it the heck out of here. Now we can chemical bath the Canthal once we have enough Canthal to chemical bath. Things are getting messy in the inventory. Well, here we are. Chemical bath. Principle, we just do that, and then get the Canthal. How's that looking, by the way? 14. 15th on the way. I think the quest calls for 16. It does. I'm definitely eyeing more Canthal dust as just free Canthal. Nowhere near enough for all the coils I need, but it's a start. From here, silicon solar grade and silicon solar grade plates are going to be an easy next step. And we are effectively good to go all the way to making some transistors. And that line will be complete up to making the advanced circuit itself. Which is mighty involved, it seems. Granted, we can't do that yet because there's still stuff we're missing. For instance... Oh! My mistake, you don't even need the plastic boards for this. That's a surprise. Ooh. It wants me to make the plastic boards with sodium persulfate, but I think I will opt out and simply do iron 3 chloride. Can be made in the electrolyzer out of sodium bisulfate dust. Okay, where the heck am I getting that stuff? Made out of sulfuric acid and salt. You can etch your board with it. I think I'd rather just do the iron 3 chloride, personally. This would require me to actually learn sulfuric acid technology, which is a thing. Oh! Yep, they got me there. I gotta hold it. Also, why am I slow? This isn't... Is it because of these? Maybe I was just, like, barely in the pollution zone. Okay. Well, regardless. 16 Canthal in the bath. Gonna take a minute each. That is inconvenient. Well, meanwhile, we may as well prepare some of the solar grade silicon for the job. That's got to be heated as well. Is there a specific circuit state for this, or... Nah, it's still in one final Canthal ingot. As you were, then. Cactus. At least we're through the buffer now. We're due for another hacking of this, but I don't have the inventory for it right now. I'll do it later. Here we go. Some free aluminum. While you're at it... Wait, this requires the Canthal coils. Of course we can't do this yet. The Canthal coils, at least as far as the quest's concerned, is why. It's like, that's why we want the Canthal coils for the quest. It's so we can make the solar grade silicon. Though personally, I wanted it just to make things more fuel efficient. Energy efficient. Wait, that means I am gonna have to make that much freaking Canthal just to get the coils. That is gonna be pricey and extremely tedious, provided I am not mistaken on how this recipe goes. Yeah. 8 2x Canthal wire, molten copper nickel, some regular mica insulator foil. And that's the only way. 8 ingots for 1 coil. I can make 4 coils. That is 1/8 of what I need for the EBF. Which means I'm gonna have to make more. Which means I'm gonna need more chrome. Which means I'm gonna need more ruby. I don't got any more ruby. Means I'm gonna have to get more ruby. Macerate all the ruby. It's purely for this purpose. We already have a red lens. The rest is for chrome. It's chrome season now. Oh boy. This is gonna be a pain. Not to say that the rest of it won't also be a pain. It will. It will. I'm going to dump my excess oxygen into the fluid input slot of my EBF. Give it the opportunity to overclock later. Then I'll take 1 normal cell out of my arc furnace, put that in as well, and then fill the rest here. And now we're at ideal organizational levels here. Perfect. Canthal's going, and it's a rate of 1 ingot per quarter bucket of coolant. It generally feels like the coolant is something we'll just cool once it runs out. And that's fine. Just let it run. If the large power supply system is going to be over here, may as well move the machines there. How's it looking over here in the alumina? We have our ingots! Success. And we're going to need more Canthal later, as we'll start the process for those now. 20 more aluminum, though. Out of effectively resources I considered useless up till now. The ruby processing, then. Alright, what's the best way to deal with this? We don't get bonus macerator outputs unless we make a high voltage macerator. A high voltage macerator would require... Sorry, medium voltage macerator. Medium voltage macerator would require a flawless diamond. We can make one of those now. We can make one of those now. Perhaps this is not so far-fetched of an idea after all. We can use the power of laser engraving to combine 3 of our diamonds into one flawless diamond. And that might be worth it. Alternatively, ore washing would give us chrome, and then we would... Now, this kind of moves us into red garnet territory. I'd like to stay in chrome zone. Maybe the era of the steam macerator is coming to an end. 10. What's it giving me 10? I do not know why it gave me 10, but it did. And thank you for it. Might be about the pollution zone. I saw the fog roll in. I got the heck out of there. Plenty of redstone. Redstone can be centrifuged into generally useful stuff, but it's like a 10-to-1 ratio on ruby. And ruby's already a 6-to-1 ratio on chrome. So effectively, 1 stack of redstone will give us 1 chrome, which is pretty bad. One stack of glowstone prepared, halfway through the quest. Our last oven continuing to go about its business, generally satisfied with its work. How the heck are we going to get enough Canthal? With great suffering is the answer. We're going to have to go back to a redstone vein in the middle of who the heck knows where and just mine out all the ruby we can. But the nearest redstone vein I know of is way over here. Not common. Not local, at the very least. Big gold vein in the mountain. Forge hammer's done. We can now clean these. Here's for chrome. How's Canthal going? 11! Getting there. Ah, yes, we did the coolant quest. Now we can do the cooling quest. Good. This is fine. Okay, let's open the loot bag. In 3, 2, 1. Ooh, free aluminum. I'll take it. Oh, and perfect timing. I can buy more diodes from the store. Is there other stuff I'm in the market for buying right now? Magnetic iron rods and iron rods are completely unnecessary. Tin rotors, we have plenty of tin. Bronze fluid pipes is unnecessary now that I've moved to mostly plastic. Now, bronze is still the go-to for high-temperature fluid stuff. But that might change to steel. Probably not, though. Let's see. Certus quartz, we've got enough. Basic Certus boards, we can make our own. Rubber, rubber, rubber. Damascus steel. Steel? Not a bad option. Bunch of beehive stuff for bee stuff. Get an ore to use in our ore finder wand if we so wish. We can get a particular mob of some kind. Apparently you can just get a naga or a lich for some reason. Tin cable, copper cable, red alloy cable, all are unnecessary for our purposes. We could get some pistons, some crops for... I guess we can buy coins with crop, apparently. If we had a real important use for the explorer coins that we wanted to buy something with them, that would be a good option. But that is interesting. It opens the possibility of just operating on the economy. Oh, no, I'm reading this backwards. We give it a log and 50 coins to get crop. Okay. Darn, I was hoping there was an economy here. These berries probably would be very important for grandiose crop management systems, which we should probably pursue. What's this one? Oh. Chad. I don't know what these are, but they seem neat. Lubricant, we can just make from creosote. We've got plenty of creosote for the job. Glue, we can get ourselves. Chlorine, we have too much of. Nitrogen, oxygen. Compelling. Just fill up on oxygen a little bit. Hopefully stalled for enough time. Let's check the coolant. 15 only. 10 seconds remaining to quest completion. And yet they're sweeping under the rug the rest of the Canthal we have to make. At the very least we get this far. I am absolutely getting more Canthal for our purposes. Blast them. Benzene supply has been holding stable, which I'm relieved about. So again, all the Canthal we have produced, all the Canthal we have been given, it all amounts to 4 coils. Four of them. Well, the chrome has been coming in good. Let's do some electrolysis for even more. It's really not a lot. But okay, the chrome that just got sifted out was pretty good. Look at that, 14. Grand total of 18. We can work with this. Oh, hey, we accomplished the quest by doing this. Where is that? Oh, there it is. Ruby's a good source for chrome and a little alumina. Once you get low on ruby, you can centrifuge redstone to get more. Another good source of alumina and oxygen is red granite dust. You can get those from red stone lilies. Okay. Not really here for that. Appreciate that I have been awarded for my efforts. We could engrave some of these circuits to the quest, but it really amount to anything until we can get a bit further. Getting this technology up and running might be nice. Cheaper alternatives. So the fourth era, the first 4 ECE will be very interesting, I believe. We can't get to advanced circuits, which seems like the introduction to high voltage. We're running out of quests here. Tier 3 looking like. Advanced circuits and molten plastics is how you get here. Okay. And then we're in high voltage, and high voltage is exciting. And also personally significant because I technically got to high voltage. I made a hull. I don't know how much further I got into high voltage. It was probably not far at all, if at all, at all. But here was the extent of the previous seasons, and I think I am primed to go even further. Cool off. Okay, so now that we have a decent supply of chrome, I am choosing to be a lot less stressed about the Canthal requirements temporarily. After all, what is this gonna be? $36 or so? Maybe even a little more. And we have to remember that, yes, it takes chrome to make Canthal, but it's exactly one element. One chrome, combined with the other stuff, makes 3 Canthal. So materially, if we have a stack of chrome, okay, let's say a half stack of chrome, then we have, in principle, a stack and a half of Canthal. Which is good. Now granted, chrome comes with its own set of issues, namely that we want to be using it for Canthal and also stainless steel. Despite being an ingredient we cannot get in bulk, it's an ingredient that acts like we get it in bulk. Let's hash out our aluminum requirements by putting a bunch of sodalite in a box. Might want to make some more iron 3 chloride just to get the chlorine somewhere else. 39 chrome. That's 117 Canthal. And is 117 Canthal, plus the basically 32 we have right now, enough to make enough Canthal coils for something? Running the math real quick, that equates to about 18 coils. So it is enough, but only for one thing. It's enough coils for the EBF, it's enough coils for the pyrolysis oven, but it's not enough coils for both. We are going to therefore need more chrome and aluminum and everything else. But it starts with chrome. Let's just keep processing the sodalite. I know the chlorine tank is about to be full, but we need a lot. Resources that we once considered rare are now being required in large quantities. At the very least, the consequences here is a lot of byproduct that we can use. Such as here. Oh, the Canthal is done. That's no good. We gotta get some more. We're just gonna be heating Canthal for the foreseeable future now. And all this chrome is going towards Canthal effectively. Maybe we're satisfied with just upgrading the EBF. Maybe the Pyrolysis Oven, it's not using too much power right now. We can leave it for a little bit until we get more chrome. Maybe that's fine. We almost certainly don't have any more stainless steel production past this, but we do also already have one stack of the stuff. That'll get us a foot into high voltage, but no further. Oh, more silicon. More silicon. And then just 39-ish iron. Work with what we got. Oh! That is just enough ruby for one more chrome, and I think 40 is a nice, good number to do for this. Let's do 40. A proper 120 Canthal. Alright, the medium voltage mixer is unavailable right now. It's unavailable right now because we're busy doing it there. Well, temporary return to the olden strats then. Here you go. It is 1. All right. Return in like 10 minutes. Why don't we? How's power holding up? It's below 300 buckets and falling. Not too bad. Hot coolant is going to be too hot for the plastic pipes. Maybe I just make a Greg tank that can hold 12 buckets of a thing. Pour it over, add water, let it cool. It cools, we're good. In fact, let's be responsible and make that tank now. Where they had the normal tanks at. That's a super tank. On a standard Greg Tech-esque low voltage tank, probably. Here we go. Want an electric pump? How about medium voltage? Medium voltage requires dark steel. And this is also possibly overkill. Maybe we just go ultra low voltage. Iron plate, tin plate, steel plate, large clay fluid pipe. Let's go. Ultra low voltage it is. Where the heck are we getting the large clay fluid pipe? It's getting made out of clay plate, which is compressed clay dust. Okay. Let's do that. Clay is not a material we've used recently. Well, the process should be straightforward. I can make 2 tanks. What for? I don't know. I guess if I have more coolant. If I make some sort of dedicated cooling system, I probably want 2 tanks. As sort of a transitionary state between the place the coolant is used and the place the coolant is cooled. So that it can, like, fit into each other. EBF, are you done? Yes. Well, that simply won't do. I am going to have to give you 80 million more Canthal to solve. And it's coming from right here! Look at that, 48 more Canthal. That's like triple the Canthal we've made ourselves so far. Good luck with that one. Where you're cooling at a rate of about 1 per minute. I think that's the exact same rate as Canthal's being cooked, so I could just pump one right into the other. This conveyor belt on here drops the Canthal into there. That'd be fun. You can keep running, it's fine. And while the Canthal will continue to mix, it's almost done actually. And then after that, this will just simply be a matter of waiting for it to happen. The kind of thing I'm okay doing off stream. That's a good haul right here. 3 more of those and we'll have finished our glowstone requirement. Still, I think the factory is entering a period of processing, where the only thing we can do right now is process all of these dang materials. But that's okay. Oh, I have a question. What's the arc furnace recycling do for us? We get copper nickel, we get tin, we get ashes. We macerate it, we get copper, nickel, tin, and quartz sand. I was hoping there'd be a way to get back the... What is this? Chemical reactor is a high voltage thing. We're not there yet. I feel like a lot of the multi-blocks are a high voltage thing. Except the EBF and the BBF. And basically anything that's a blast furnace. Coke oven also is a low thing. And the steam multi-blocks are like a new thing for 2.7.3. Or I guess just 2.7 in general. But I'm on 2.7.3. Yes. I know there's a 2.7.4, but I was waiting on upgrading for some reason. Wait, what? How... Okay, new plan, and this will probably be our objective for today. I am going to make a hazmat suit. Okay, what's the... We have that. So it's just rubber and glue. Rubber and glue. It's rubber, it's also glue, assembler, orange wool, orange carpet. I've already prepared orange wool. Somewhere. I did. Fine, I'll look for it. Oh, wait. I'm not wearing the glasses anymore because I put the scuba hat on. There we go. Oh, there it is. Okay, so what's the conversion here? We want 4 orange wool here. And then it's 4 carpet. How do I make carpet? 2-to-1 ratio there. More likely we can use a cutting machine to get a 2-to-1 ratio. Much preferred. So, cutting's in our future. 1 back, 2 for the carpet, 4 for the regular. We have a box of glue. Let's do this. We do not have a low voltage cutting machine, so we will need to use the medium voltage cutting machine in a space fork. Fortunately, the Kanthal mixing is almost done, so we can swap those out. I'm going to say another 30 seconds and we'll be good. While we wait, let's pass over another pile of Kanthal to the coolant bath. Beep. There we are. That's the final bit of Kanthal, and we know that this will be enough. It'll take approximately 2 hours to manifest, but it will be enough. Now we get rid of you. The cutting machine in there. This is what I should have kept the water for, huh? Okay, water in there. 2 wool in here. Carpet ma. I guess this would be a good use for it if we actually had a dedicated cutting space. Just keep water in there. Okay. Next up, the glue. Right, we need rubber sheets as well. Darn it. I realized milliseconds before disaster. That's what I should do for a future one of these. How many is it? 8. 8. Okay. I'll bite. 1, 2, we're gonna need 12. And that's ignoring the boots. So I notice there's an Enderman around. Is this real? Is this true? This is real and true. Personally, I'd much prefer to put you in the smeltery, but it looks like you're not going to comply with that. That's okay. That'll take 25 seconds. Then we need to worry about the boots. The boot. And there's no real way around this. We need to alloy smelt with mold boots, but we don't have mold boots, so we need casting form boot, which requires a blank cast with hammer file on the diagonal. So let's go get a casting form. This feels like such a waste of a casting form if we're only going to make boots, but there is an entire field of study of making armors. Forging them out like this. Oh. The hammer and the file out. The boot. Boot 'em. Prep steel. Launch. Right, I have a stack of motors. I totally should have made the medium voltage tank. I still can. And now that I realize I still can, I've changed my mind. I will not. In bronze, we will want 6 sheets of rubber. Make me shoes. Almost. Excellent. Those shoes on. My suit is about to be complete. It's complete. Extra rubber sheet for some reason. Take back the glue, put the glue away, and just... Wrong tank. And just like that, full hazmat protection. Behold. Now I can walk around my absolutely poisonous factory and not perish or be inconvenienced by slow movement. Oh, this grass looks very sick. I worry about my trees. I really do. thing's been running full bore forever. Combined with the EBF, we've got some problems. Well, let's see, what was it? 2 tin, I think it was 4 iron and 1 steel. All of these need to be plates. Tin is slightly slower than steel to bend. Interesting. Then we're going to need a full bucket of water. I know for a long time I carried around some buckets of water with, or just buckets with me. But one day I stopped. And no one knows why. Now I don't even know where I would find them. My blast on again. We're looking for $1. Metaphor. Oh! Oh, of course I would put them in there. That was my workplace for a long time. And we already have a pump made. I could have definitely made a medium or low voltage tank. Oh well. Not like I mind making something else. One large, please. No? That then. Yes. And I'll make another in case I want another tank in the future, which might happen. Steel here. Tin here. Bucket of water. Iron everywhere else. There we go. This shall be our solution to the cooling problem. Now we just need a place for it to sit. Well, if cooling's gonna happen over here, may as well do cooling over here. Set up the heat vent for later. And go get more water. Unfortunately, it deleted my bucket. I'll have to take another. Ten down, a lot more to go. You only got the cooling capacity for 8. Fine. You know what? This is a perfect test of our ability to actually cool stuff. It works. It very much works. And with that, we can do another half stack. Well, given everything I've witnessed, everything I've accomplished, I think we are pretty well established again. The Canthal coils are simply going to be a matter of me sitting in the factory doing nothing, and while that might be something I could technically just do right now, if I'm on the stream, I want to be doing stuff on the stream. So I'm going to do that in between streams mostly. Just dedicate a solid 2 hours just standing around here. It's possible. Prefer to get myself some security measures. Maybe barricade myself in a corner of the base. Nothing can get to me. Problem is that those ghost spiders can always get to me. I don't know how to solve that exactly. I've did some decent lighting around the base. Maybe I just stand around, do something. Either way, I don't think it needs to happen quite now. We've done good. We've done very good. We've got stainless steel. We've gotten a lot of good progress on the Tier 2 technology. We've gotten Canthal. Not enough Canthal, but we're getting there. Engravings are going on. Making our way forward. And soon, we shall enter high voltage and unexplored territory. Also, I need to figure out how the heck I'm going to make the sandwich factory. It's going to take some resources, and we're kind of burning through resources right now, but only rare resources. The common resources we should still have a good bit number of. But I also got to start thinking about the literal logistics of it. Make like a chart, diagram, blueprints of some kind. Another time. I'm Exception. This isn't TV. Have a good day and good night.